Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the Planning Board meeting for March 21st, 2023. My name is Carrie Martinek. I'm Chair of the Planning Board. Before we get started, I just want to make a few announcements here. This open meeting of the Planning Board is being conducted remotely pursuant to Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2022, an act relative to extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency signed into law on July 16th, 2022. All members of the Planning Board are allowed and encouraged to participate remotely. The act allows the Planning Board to meet entirely remotely so long as reasonable public access is afforded so that the public can follow along with the deliberations of the meeting. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda unless the chair notes otherwise. Members of the public who wish to view the live stream of this meeting may do so by going to Northborough Remote Meetings on YouTube via the link listed on the agenda. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will feature public comment. To confirm members or persons anticipated in the agenda are remotely present, please state the following. Members, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Amy Paretsky?
Here.
Bill Pierce?
Here.
Anthony Zaitin?
Here.
Millie Milton?
Here.
Great. Staff, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Lori Connors?
Here.
Great. Ground rules for the meeting. For presenters and applicants on the agenda, the chair will invite each speaker or applicant on the agenda by name to make a presentation and speak to their application. Participants will provide full name and hold until their name is called. Each speaker will be asked to mute their phone or computer when not speaking and to speak clearly in a way that helps generate accurate meeting minutes. Those responding will be asked to wait until the floor is yielded to them by the chair. Speakers who wish to respond to the comments of others do so through the chair, taking care to identify themselves. Each vote taken by the board will be conducted by roll call vote. After members have spoken, the chair will afford public comments as follows. By phone, dial *9 to raise your hand and wait to be recognized. Please note party or number will be visible to those of you in the meeting. By Zoom, click raise hand on the bottom of your screen and wait to be recognized. The chair will ask members of the public who wish to speak to identify names and addresses only. Once the chair has a list of all public commentators, the chair will call on each by name and afford approximately 3 minutes for any comments. So with that, why don't we get started with the first item on our agenda. I'd like to welcome Judy Barrett and Lauren Lind to present on MBTA multifamily zoning discussion. Welcome. Oh, Judy, we can't hear you there.
Turned it off so I wouldn't interrupt you, and then I forgot to turn it back on. So it's nice to see everyone again. Some of you know me, some of you don't. I've worked off and on in Northborough since 2003 when the community development plan was done. So it's always nice to come back. Lauren is joining me for this project. She's done an awful lot of work trying to come up with an assessment of potential opportunities, working with Lori for the town to consider on this new law, which I think you're probably all familiar with. But we're going to kind of walk you through the latest and greatest about the law, some of which you may be familiar with, but I think we'd just like to make sure everybody has accurate information, and then we can kind of zoom in on Northborough. So with that, I think I'm going to turn it over to you, Lauren, and I hope you have screen share permission.
I do. Thank you. I'm going to start sharing my screen. If you could all confirm if you can see the slide there for me.
There it is.
Okay, great. All right. I'm going to be getting started again. My name is Lauren Lind. I'm a senior planner with Barrett Planning Group. It's nice to be here tonight. And thank you for your time and attention. So tonight we're going to overview the MBTA Communities Law, understand what the compliance guidelines mean, some of the basics, opportunities, and limitations that we've encountered. We'll walk you through the compliance model and take a closer look at Northborough and some relevant parcels. And we will have time for dedicated questions at the end. So first to start, the MBTA Communities Law, this again for the board, I know you've had some information about this, but for the general public, we like to lay this out as framework. The multifamily zoning requirement for MBTA communities is under Chapter 48, Section 3A of the state law. It's a portion of the Housing Choice Initiative, which was a state economic development bill introduced in 2021. It does require MBTA communities to have at least one zoning district in which multifamily housing is permitted by right and meets a list of other criteria, and failure to comply makes the community ineligible for certain state funds and other penalties. We'll get more into the details on that later. So to discuss what makes an MBTA community, it is really any of the original 14 that hosted MBTA transit service or any of the 51 that have since joined to host system service. It also includes the 60 communities abutting the 65 communities that host the service, as well as any that have adopted a ballot question to be considered for future service expansions. The law does have requirements, and it does require different categories for each of the service types. There are 4 groups of categorization that we'll get into. And for all of these communities, there are regulations which they have to comply with established by the Department of Housing and Community Development. The basics of the law, it requires multifamily as of right, which in essence, you can't require a special permit or an overly cumbersome permitting process. It's similar to if you think about walking into a building department today and getting a single family home, that is something that is as of right that we consider. So it's considering multifamily as of right. There's a minimum gross density requirement of 15 units per acre. And it has to be housing that's suitable for families with children, meaning that there can be no age restrictions. You can't place limits on the number, size of bedrooms, and you cannot limit number of occupants. In all areas where it's applicable and possible, the state would like to see development within a half a mile of a transit station. And they're looking for districts to be of a reasonable size, which we'll get more into the criteria and what that means later. The non-compliance makes you ineligible for, right now, it's 3 particular grant programs that have been called out. And that includes the Community One Stop for Growth, which has sort of become an umbrella grant organization to encompass MassWorks, along with a couple of other infrastructure and planning grant programs. It also includes the Housing Choice Initiative and the Local Capital Projects Fund. And most importantly, as of March 15th, there's been a statement released by the State Attorney General's office that implicates that the non-compliance can result in fair housing law violations on the federal and state level. The law does not require new housing development. It's really it's not measured by development, it's by zoned capacity, and we'll get more into that concept later. It does not require that communities pay for the infrastructure needed to unlock this development in these districts. It does not override the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act or Title V requirements through the State Environmental Code. And it does not prohibit communities with options for waivers or exemptions from the law. As I mentioned earlier, DHCD is responsible for determining the guidelines for communities to become compliant. They are working towards trying to create a fair and reasonable way for communities to do this by coordinating technical assistance funding programs across different state agencies and consultants and communities looking to do these activities. The majority of the deadlines for the communities are December of 2024. So the intention was that there would be time to plan, and particularly for towns to go through a town meeting cycle to adopt zoning. We'll now take a look more at the compliance guidelines. As I mentioned, depending on your category of community, your deadline may be different. The vast majority of communities will fall into that December 2024 category, particularly for the town of Northborough. You are an adjacent community, so you're looking at that December end of calendar year 2024 deadline for adoption of compliant zoning. So we'll take a look again at what makes a potential district. When we talk about reasonable size, the sort of blanket criteria that you're looking at for most communities is that it's a minimum acre of 50 acres, a minimum gross density on 15 units per acre. This is important that it's based on developable land only. And there is a minimum unit capacity that you're going to see vary sort of drastically depending on the community size. There is percentages that they're looking for each community type, but depending on your land area calculations and your developable land, there's a lot of caveats that you'll see. When we talk about area and location, it really is the lesser of either 50 acres or 1.5% of the community's developable land, except in adjacent small towns where there are no minimum requirements. At least half the district of the acres must be contiguous parcels, meaning the state does not want to see you carving out islands, if you will, of pieces here and there. They want to see some sort of continuousness. And again, they're really looking for this to be near transit area as much as possible. If you can have a contiguous area, different pieces, but there has to be a minimum of 5 acres. So again, they're really making sure you're not carving out tiny islands. When we talk about access area location for Northborough in particular, since you're an adjacent community, you're looking at 0% since there is no transit station area that you need to be required. But as you look through other communities, that will change based on your community parameters. The multifamily units for adjacent communities is 10%. There is a minimum requirement of 750, however. So you may see in different communities, that you may have a higher percentage of what you're being required to do, but there is a cap at 25%, so that in no matter what scenario, it's sort of a circuit breaker, if you will, that no community will be asked to go above and beyond 25% of their existing housing stock. When we talk about calculating gross density, we're looking at the number of residential units per acre of land. And this formula takes into calculation that excluded land so that you're really basing your calculation and gross density on developable land that is realistically feasible. Excluded land, there's a big difference here. There's excluded land versus sensitive land. Excluded land is areas that is not considered buildable. It is removed from your area calculations. This includes things like water resources, wetlands, and water bodies, publicly owned land, except those that are slated for development, and we can get more into those details later. It does not include rights of way, Title V wetland setbacks, the 100-year floodplain, protected land. And when we think about that, conservation land, particularly those with conservation restrictions in perpetuity, those are considered excluded land. And then anything that's institutional, hospitals, universities, prisons, public utilities. Sensitive land, on the other hand, are things that may be excluded, but there's a lot more gray area here, and you may be able to include sensitive land depending on the scenario and the site characteristics. These include things like buffer zones, habitat areas, soil, and different makeup of the land there, and then areas that are prone to flooding but outside of the exact floodplain. I'm going to revisit the concept of zone capacity. As I mentioned earlier, the law is not concerned with the production of units, it's the zone capacity. So this is a hypothetical unit yield based on the district regulations. It's counting the number of units that could potentially be permitted across the district by right. It is not a mandate to actually construct them, and it's not concerned with existing units on the ground. It also does not, it's not able to take into consideration different regulations like the Wetlands Protection Act and Title V. So the figure on your right, I like to explain to people, it really doesn't matter what's on the lot today, whether it's a vacant land, a single family home, or a large multifamily density structure. What matters is the zoning there. So you really have to think of this as, a gray slate. It's sort of irrelevant what's there today. It's what the zoning would allow to unlock in the future if you were to theoretically redevelop that parcel under this new zoning. So more about opportunities and limitations of the guideline. As I mentioned earlier, you can't require a special permit. You can subject to site plan review, but it's really important that you're not using site plan review to deny a project that would be allowed as of right by imposing conditions that would make it infeasible or impractical to proceed. Site plan review, you're really looking at things such as circulation, vehicular and emergency access, how pedestrians move about that site. You can take a look at the exterior of buildings, particularly if you want to go as far as, design guidelines is something that you can take a look at that would be to accompany your bylaws. And you can look at screening of adjacent properties, but you really can't impose a regulation just because you don't like a project that it wouldn't proceed. Communities are prohibited from requiring mixed-use development. For example, a lot of communities that we've spoken to want to require ground floor commercial space with upper story multifamily units, as one might typically see in a mixed-use, downtown, for example. While you can't require that under this zoning, we have found that you can sort of have two scenarios in which you have zoning that would allow multifamily by right, and you can then incentivize commercial use on the ground floor space with perhaps a density bonus or some other type of zoning criteria. So there's options around this, but just to know that, that can't be a requirement of your zoning if you want to achieve compliance. Communities may require up to 10% affordable units in their development, and that's without question. If you want to go to a higher level of affordability, you can do so as long as you have proof through a market study that it does not impede multifamily development in your neighborhood. The affordability levels are not limited to 40B income limits, where you might think about your typical 80% area mean income. You can go up to 100%, which is you're getting more into sort of the workforce housing of affordability at that point. And then I don't believe Northborough has a 40R. Correct me if I'm wrong. So the 40R, there's been some question about the 40R program used to have a 25% affordability. There's some sort of questions as to how that may tie into this new law, but for you guys, I'm going to skip it since it's not really relevant. Now we're going to talk about the compliance model. The compliance model is an Excel-based model that works with exported data from geographic information systems. So if you think about your online mapping systems, it's sort of an open source state program that we use. You run it through this Excel model, and then you can calculate different sorts of yield of a district based on the parameters that you put into the model. So you use the model to say what your minimum lot size is, what type of parking you want, your percentage requirements of open space and lot coverage, things like that. And then that will help you identify zoning scenarios to understand whether you're meeting that compliance or not. The model doesn't see sort of a large blanket block like the example analysis you'll see here. It sees parcel by parcel analysis. So really it's going to take the parcel by parcel analysis and make sure on average that you're meeting that density unit. When you put the zoning into the model, it will automatically pull out things like non-conforming parcels, because as of right, typically you're not able to develop on that lot. So it will just not calculate any yield there if it's anticipating that it would trigger a special permit process. Things to include, sometimes on paper, you might see a district like you see on the left where there's some large parcels that you might think would be suitable for multifamily. But then once you filter in the excluded land, then you're realizing that it may not be the best suitable area. Not to mention that once you factor in the wetlands here, you then would likely end up with a very low yield and not meet the density requirements that you would need to in this type of a district. You can introduce things like sub-districts. This can be districts that are under your whole district with slightly differing areas. One of the examples we like to give is density. For example, if you wanted to have a lower density fronting the street and then graduate back to a higher concentration density in the central of a district, you can do that so long as you are making sure that you're averaging out to that 15 units per acre. So there is a little bit give and pull with that. The non-contiguous districts, at least half of your total districts must be contiguous. And then for each sort of sub-satellite district that you might think of, it has to be a minimum of 5 acres. So you have to make sure that you're not carving out these tiny parcels. Now we're going to take a closer look at Northborough and how this impacts you. So as I mentioned earlier, this is an adjacent community. The 2020 housing unit count based on the DHCD's data that they're pulling is 5,897. So that's the number that they're using to use their calculations. You do have a minimum unit capacity of 750 and a district size of 50 acres with the standard gross density of 15 units per acre. And as you're an adjacent community, there's no station area to be worrying about. The community is working with Massachusetts Housing Partnership through a technical assistance program in partnership with Barrett Planning Group on this phase 1 timeline for your 3A technical assistance. Right now, you're looking at sort of the chart of where we are. We're sort of in the mid to March, April here. We're meeting with the town staff and planning board and hopefully working our way towards identifying up to 2 districts. So we'll be working with you at least for the foreseeable end of the fiscal year, and then potentially working with you to craft some zoning if and when the time comes. I want to take a step to look at a tool that we've been using, and it's very helpful, but it's important to understand that this tool, it's Residensity by MHP. It's really a good tool for looking at comparable options and getting an idea of what density is out there. But there is some caveats to this, in that there's sometimes incomplete data sets. There may be, data incorrections. Some of you may have seen actually an earlier version of this PowerPoint slide that was based on Residensity that had an incorrect data point. And once we were able to correct for that, you sort of see a different picture. So it's always important to use this as a tool, but do not rely totally on this for your compliance. And then I always recommend, cross-checking with your own assessor database records to make sure that what is feeding into the tool is actually consistent with what's, on the books in your town. So using Residensity, I was able to gather a few examples of where residential density exists, both in your town and in a nearby community. Taking a look at 2 residential districts that exist right now, you have the Oakwood Terrace residences located at 22 South Cutoff. That's 11 units on a 0.65 acre parcel, which gets you to just over 16 units per acre. So this level of density, for example, could be something that could be feasible to meet that 15 minimum units per acre that you have. Again, the residents at the Falls, 41 units on 1.6 acres. You're well above 15%. So these are examples that you already have in your community that you can point to when you think about this density, to think about what you might introduce. Another example that we had, but we wanted to give you a mixed use example that was in a nearby community. So if anyone's familiar with the New City Micro Creamery building, it's over in Hudson. It's right near the Rotary. That building is a mixed use building, first floor commercial, and then there's residential apart. That is over 30 units per acre in density. So this is a local example I thought you might find helpful to think about if you want to, because there's opportunities here to do this, whether it's solely residential or if you're looking for areas that you would find a mixed use development to be more appropriate, then there's ways to go about doing this. And this is a real life example. We took a closer look at 2 sites to begin to start to test the compliance model on them. We used the Avalon Northborough parcel, which has already 382 units existing under a 40B development. We also used 333 Southwest Cutoff, which, as we've been informed, there's a potential proposal by Trammell Crow for 315 residential units there. Using the model, we took a look at, we largely based this on Northborough's existing downtown neighborhood district zoning with a lot size of 5,500 square feet with an additional 4,500 per additional dwelling unit. That's based on your minimal lot size. We maintained the height under the existing underlying district zoning of 60 feet of the industrial parcels that we used as examples. And that reason is that you would have at 60 feet potential for up to 3 stories. The maximum lot coverage and the minimum open space came from the downtown neighborhood district's 2-family and multifamily requirements, same as the setbacks and parking spaces. Using those 2 parcels, we were able to test these. And as you can see, you're well exceeding your minimum 750 unit capacity there if you were to enact this type of zoning on those parcels. With that said, I do want to flag 2 major things for you. And that is potential concerns. First is the special permit that you have in the water protection district. That is something that we find that potentially DHCD may have an issue with. So we can discuss more about sort of workarounds as you wanted to proceed with that. And then the next thing, most importantly, is we've been made aware that there's a development agreement in place with the Avalon development. The concern there is that if the existing development is capped at 382 units, which it is right now, the density per unit works out to be just under 10. It's about 9 units per acre. We're just concerned that if we were to proceed with putting zoning in place with that development agreement still in place, that it could be considered excluded lands such that, if you had a conservation restriction in place that would preclude potential zoning or potential development of that. We are concerned that DHCD may look at this sort of development agreement that caps a maximum amount of units on the site as a similar sort of restriction. So that is something to be aware of, that we can continue to discuss. I'll stop sharing my screen in a moment because we're almost done here, but I just wanted to point you to 2 more sources of information. The MassGov website on multifamily zoning requirements for MBTA communities. There's a lot of information there. You can access directly the regulations if you really want to get into the weeds of it. And then I've also given you a link to the March 15th, 2023 advisory memo that came out from the Massachusetts Office of the Attorney General that discusses that sort of potential for fair housing violations under the federal and state government for noncompliance. So I'll stop for questions right now. I'm sure there's a lot more to be discussed, but if I'll turn it back to Carrie for now, and please let us know where you want to start.
Sure. Thank you, Lauren. That was great. I appreciate you're such a fast talker as well. That's fantastic. Any questions from the board at this time?
I have a question when you talk about density and units. Density really isn't population, is it? I mean, if you had 50 single bedroom units that meet density, but not really the intended result.
You can't limit the number of bedrooms in the units. So it's number of units per acre, not population.
So what
that's
about,
my question.
oh, okay. So along those lines, if it's not in the bylaw that it's limited, but the developer happens to propose it a certain way, that's not our problem. Okay.
That's the developer's choice. What you can't do is impose a requirement on the developer to essentially scope out the kind of project they're going to build. It's just the density.
Right.
Okay. Other questions?
Yeah, I have one. So what's never been entirely clear to me is Avalon. And it was early on, I was under the impression we could actually use some existing higher density dwellings into the equation. Yeah. Is it all going to be net new? Meaning if we think of Avalon, we'd have to build new units on that, or somebody would have to build new units on that property. Is there any existing property within town that we could leverage and say, well, we've already done this much here, so we have to do, we don't have to do the total amount, but we have to do additive.
So whatever you already have does not count, if you will.
Okay.
What matters is wherever you create these districts, the sum of the development capacity within them has to reach that 750 unit minimum target and be available for development at 15 units an acre.
Okay,
That's the issue. So it's not about counting whether units ever get built, which I know is a little weird about this law,
Yep.
but that's the reality of it. Is the zoned capacity there?
great. So so net new 750, and it just has to be the ability for somebody to do it. Doesn't ever mean they have to do it, just that
That's
we have to comply to it. Yep, I got you.
And you have to be able to show that that is actually the case. So what Lauren was referring to about the Avalon project is simply where there is an existing development agreement that kind of controls how much can be built on that site. We just want you to know DHCD is probably going to look at that and may determine that that is a constraint that overrides any zoning that says 15 units an acre. So we are going to consult with them about this and try to get a read from them about how they are responding to those kinds of development agreements. But for now, we're not really comfortable saying it's not going to count, but we do want you to be aware that there's a potential issue. I think the bigger constraint for you folks is the Water Resource Protection District, because if you have a special permit requirement in an overlay district that is going to collide, if you will, with the as of right intent of 15 units an acre, that may be a problem. And again, we're going to kind of look into this with DHCD.
What if the special permit's already been granted for that area?
So someone who wants to develop 15 units an acre wants to come to you, the planning board, with a site plan to develop 15 units an acre. They have to be able to do that without then requesting a special permit.
Okay,
Or-
so even if a special permit's been granted for the land already,
What's already there doesn't matter. What matters is if I want to come to you and build something at 15 units an acre, I have to be able to kind of go through that permitting process as of right without being encumbered by anything else in the bylaw that might trigger a special permit. That's
Okay.
the
Now, what
So
about a
in-
property? Sorry, Carrie, go ahead.
no, go ahead, Anthony.
So let's say, for example, a property like Kimball, if you're familiar with Kimball, the quarry over by Wegmans.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Great. So, I know at some point once they get down to the road level, they want to develop that to some extent, whatever they do, we don't know. If we were to make that part of the plan, not knowing what their plan is, would that apply to the goals or the numbers? Meaning they may say, well, we're just going to build commercial here or whatever, but not knowing what they're going to do.
and what they're going to do, who knows? It's really up to you as a town to say, these are areas that we think are appropriate to zone for 15 units an acre. And if it happens to be, land that's adjacent to a commercial project and maybe the owner's going to do some commercial development on it. We don't know. You don't know. That slide Lauren showed earlier about kind of doesn't matter what's on the site now. It's
Okay.
what would be. That's what matters.
Okay.
And-
So the current thing you showed for Avalon, we already have, does that mean we already have 40 acres covered, or we don't already have 40 acres covered?
No, because the underlying zoning is not there yet.
But if we switched the zoning there, would we have 40 acres right there with Avalon alone, or not necessarily?
Potentially, the only concern is that DHCD will look at that development agreement on that site and say, this is, if it's, running with the land, for example, or whatever the parameters may be, DHCD may look at that and consider it comparable to a conservation restriction to make that zoning infeasible.
Okay, so that's the part where we need to further scope. Got it.
We need to get their head on this, and we don't know what they're going to say. We just
So,
want
Other
you
thing to, I'm sorry to interrupt. The other thing to just add to Anthony's point was, for example, you mentioned the quarry parcel. The zoning doesn't have to change underlying zoning. You can introduce this as an overlay. So you can leave these parcels with multiple options for zoning that they want to do. It's just, if you at least allow the zoning to unlock that potential development, then you have met the requirements.
grade.
Gotcha.
Millie, you have something?
I do, because to clarify on that point, so what we say could be the scenario and what actually does happen could be two different things, correct?
That is
And
correct.
we would not get penalized if, let's say, that whole parcel doesn't become high density units.
If you make that,
then do we have to find other pieces that meet our, okay,
No.
it's not about production, it's about zoned capacity. Do you
okay,
have an area that someone could build 15 units an acre? And if they choose instead to build a popcorn factory, that's up to them.
okay.
Lori, where Kimball's is right now, is that industrial? Is that zoned industrial, the underlying? Yeah, Fred, I see you
Yes.
nodding. And we've been talking about doing a commercial overlay there. So can we do multiple overlays on an area?
There already is a commercial overlay.
Oh, there
there.
is, okay, all right.
There.
Why did I think we were trying to put a commercial overlay there? Now I can't remember.
I think it's called major,
No, that ends at,
Or
oh, so
something.
that's the we don't know what that delineation is. I guess the Wegmans, the Northborough Crossing, the major, I know what you mean, the business overlay. Where does that end?
Yes, it's major commercial development overlay district. And it is the industrial district that's at the town line of Shrewsbury and Westboro.
Mhm.
So it's on Route 20.
So
So that includes that area.
Okay, so we can have multiple overlays in one district?
As long as one does not prevent the 15 unit and acre overlay from operating independently of all the others.
Okay,
That's the issue with the groundwater protection district. That's an overlay. It requires a special permit for development at the level we're talking about. So that would override, from a zoning perspective, a district that allows 15 units an acre as of right, unless you specifically write into that district, the water resource protection district shall not apply.
Hmm.
Yeah, just, that's why you have to sort of think about how you write the overlay, so it's very clear that the 15 unit an acre one isn't superseded, if you will, by something else.
okay.
And
any other-
I'm sorry, I gotta correct myself. I said the industrial district was purple. It's not, it's the pink area at the corner.
Any other questions from the board or staff? Any questions, Lori or Fred?
I have a couple questions, just as far as the whole point of the MBTA communities is to give people access to the public transportation system, correct?
That's one of the purposes.
Okay, and I guess I'm just curious as to how has the commuter traffic changed since COVID? How has that been affected? No, more, less?
It's a good question, but it's not relevant to this.
Okay,
What matters is, are you identified in the MBTA statute as an MBTA community? Either because you have rapid transit, because you have train, because you're adjacent, or for some other reason you have petitioned to be part of the area.
mhm,
Those classes of communities, it's how we get to the 175 that are subject to this law. That's all that matters. Whatever's happening with commuter rail, I mean, this is all coming up in other communities, like, why doesn't the MBTA fix their service? We all agree that it's irrelevant to this particular law.
that was my next point, is that, yeah, well, okay,
The other irrelevant thing is they want to look for housing that's more affordable for people, but this doesn't have to be affordable. So it's not even helping that, really.
Yeah, although I do think, in fairness, Amy, I think most towns are going to have some inclusionary requirement. The
Yeah.
issue is just, for reasons that we can't explain, DHCD or someone higher up determined that 10% affordability requirement, that's okay, kind of without question. But anything more than that kind of has to go through a defense. As I understand it, guidelines are about to come out. We probably know more tomorrow about how you then go about proving that if you want to say 15 or 20%, that you're not making development under the 15 unit an acre scenario, that you're not making that uneconomic. So I don't think they're going to make it too difficult. I hope to God that they don't. But you're right. I mean, the law is not about affordability, but there's not a barrier to you doing something about affordability if you choose, as long as it's within that framework, the 10 or 20%.
I would think most towns would want to do the 10% because it's going to throw off your 40B numbers.
Mhm.
You want to stay above 10% 40B, so you want to have at least 10% of whatever units we allow to be affordable.
Yeah,
Lori,
and
you have something there?
sorry.
Yeah, I had a question about the incentivizing the mixed use. So could you go a little bit more into that? You had mentioned maybe a density bonus, like for example, if typically it would be 15 units per acre, if they include mixed use, would an appropriate density be 20 units per acre? Or, you know, you can go up an extra story or something to that effect. Are there any other incentive ideas that you might have?
So depending upon the parcel that's being developed, if it were a larger one, you know, you may provide an incentive for some horizontal horizontal mixed use, if you will, as long as the building at the street has vertical mixed use. So you might provide more units than 15 units an acre, either going up or on the site. There's a couple of ways to play that. But I think the idea is that since you can't require it, what might you do to make it appetizing to a developer to do that ground floor commercial? So the way that I think DHCD will be perfectly happy to accept that is if it's done on an incentive, which means it's still voluntary for the developer, but theoretically you're giving them enough housing to make it worth their while.
Thank you.
I have one more quick question, I'm pretty sure. On something like, would assisted living or nursing come under any of those units?
So assisted living could, I mean, it's, you know, from a building permit perspective, I think it actually is reported as multifamily. Nursing home is a different creature. That's actually, from a land use perspective, not necessarily considered a residential use. So you get into a lot of arguments about whether it's residential, but I think the point is if someone wants to do an assisted living development in a district that allows multifamily at 15 units an acre, there's no reason why you can't say in the list of uses allowed in the district, assisted living.
Okay.
It's just that you can't require them to do that, but you could
Yeah.
make it available.
Right, you couldn't require an age restriction, but if you were allowed zoning and the developer chose to do an age restriction, that's a different scenario.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, so what would be next? I know you gave that timeline before, but as a quick glimpse, so just wondering what, in your view, would next steps be?
I think we need to do a little more work on the model analysis. There's this point when we're going to have to start having a dialogue with you, like, so if the model is, if we're going to start building setbacks or anything like any sort of dimensional rules into the model, what are they going to be and how does that impact the yield, the unit yield? We're going to kind of try to get as close as we can to what you would normally put in a zoning district.
Mhm.
We're not at this time, at least under this contract with MHP, not supposed to be getting to draft zoning, but the assumption is that you will probably continue to be funded and that would come next. But I think we need to get to, will these areas, whatever they're going to be, satisfy the requirements? And that's what we're trying to get to. So I think, the point Lauren was trying to make is that it's not as simple as just, let's write a district that says 15 units an acre. There's all these other pieces to it, like having enough land that's contiguous so that you've got what a developer would say is a reasonable site for multifamily development.
Right, the other thing I would say for you to think about is that, and we'll have more information once we confer with DHCD about this sort of question about the Avalon development agreement. But if there is a scenario in which that parcel is not going to be feasible, you would then start to think about, well, where else will we make up those 50 acres? Because if you're looking at the Southwest Cutoff site, that's, it's just over 27. So then, if the Avalon parcel is rolled out, we need to start thinking about, okay, then what's next? So just something for you to.
But I would wonder, wouldn't that be a sub-district density? Could Avalon at a minimum be a sub-district density and qualify? So maybe not all 40 acres would be thrown out. Maybe there's if it's 12 units per, do we meet a sub-district?
So if the whole parcel is subject to the development agreement, that's going to be a constraint. And we don't know that right now, speaking on this. We just want you to know. The development agreement typically would refer to a site, a defined parcel with boundaries and recorded with the registry and so forth. I'm assuming that's what this development agreement is. And if that's the case, then, it doesn't matter what the zoning says, someone really can't build on the site
Mhm.
because the development agreement would get in the way. So we're trying to understand that.
Got it. Well, I'm just wondering if the development agreement actually is in compliance in some way, like whether maybe it's not that 15, but it's in compliance as a sub-district, does that help?
Well, it would have to be a sub-district to something that it's part of. So you'd typically what you have is a district with a sub-district within it, not
Mhm.
separate from it. So
Gotcha.
you have to think about what are you plopping that land into? Do you know what I'm
Gotcha.
trying to say? Yeah.
I do, I understand. Well, and one thing, just from my perspective, one thing that stood out to me a little bit, when you show those examples, I noticed, it was at 0.34 acres, 1.63 acres, and we need to get to 50. So when I multiply those examples, like, I don't even know how to fit that in somewhere, or if I'd want to fit that in somewhere. So so I kind of gravitate towards that Avalon, that Anthony mentioned Kimball, like really where we could feasibly do that. I don't know how we multiply out those examples 50 times or actually 150 times if we're just talking 0.3 acres.
Right. Those examples are really, if you're looking, for example, like at a downtown and you're taking a bunch of smaller parcels and then looking at, like, for example, when you saw the first example of the density of the 50 acres and it's broken into a bunch of small parcels, that's sort of where you're seeing an example like that come to fruition. If you're taking like a wider swath of a downtown neighborhood, for example, and applying the zoning to it.
Okay.
I think sometimes those pictures are really just to say, this is kind of an example of what this density looks like. And I got to tell you, Carrie, it matters to me to at least be able to communicate this to people, because I actually had a local official in another town say, we don't want 7-story buildings. And I said, 15 units an acre isn't a 7-story building. But so we're just approaching this this is kind of an example of what you already have. Yes, of course, it's nowhere near 50 acres, but this is kind of the physical development we're talking about.
Okay, that's helpful. Any final thoughts or questions?
Well, just on that particular one piece that you mentioned, the 0.34 acres that has 11 units, I thought there was something about 5-acre minimums. So how does that fit that?
Yeah, it doesn't. We're trying to show you what the height of the building kind
Oh,
of
okay.
looks
Okay.
like. Yeah, it's a fair question you're asking. We're just doing this so people can understand we're not talking about skyscrapers.
Got it. Okay.
Bill, you had something too?
Yeah, I was gonna say that ask the same question that Millie just asked. So we would have to make a zoning area much larger than that particular lot in that area, and then allow that for everything in that zoning area.
Okay.
Right. You could see, for example, if you're looking at half-acre sites, you take 8 of these together, make it, however many you need. And then you can see on each of those sites, potentially that kind of development, that level of density percolating each of those sites potentially. So that's where you start to see. But again, the examples were not to show you an example of a district, just to show you an example of what that density looks like in your town.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Sounds like we have a couple next steps. If there's no further questions, thank you so much. And I think we have a copy of that presentation as well. So that's great. Thank you. Really appreciate your time.
Yeah,
Thank
thank you.
We'll be back.
Thank you.
Thanks, Judy.
Thanks so much. All right, have a good rest of your day.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, next on the agenda, we have the continued public hearing for 459 Whitney Street, site plan approval and site plan approval and special permit for groundwater protection overlay district bylaw for the proposed addition of 4,500 square feet of warehouse space and associated improvements. So for that, I believe I'm bringing in Alpine American, Brian Falk, it looks like. And then we'll see if there's anyone else he wants to bring in.
Brian Falk. probably.
Yep, it looks like I promoted him. Oops, there he is. Oops.
Good
Hi,
evening. How are ya?
good, thanks. Is there anyone else that you want to bring in, or is this the team here?
We have our whole team here, so nobody else. Thank you.
Okay, great. So I know that we received some materials late yesterday. I don't know if everybody had a chance to take a look. Did everyone have a chance to review all the information?
I looked over some of it, but not all of it.
I have not.
I got through most of it.
Okay, Amy?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think what might be helpful is to just, if you wouldn't mind providing maybe an introduction to the project, a brief overview, and then to wherever we can lend any sort of any questions or things that would be helpful. I don't think we will be able to do a full in-depth review. I think most of the board still has to read through all the materials, but at least to get you started, I'm happy to hear a brief introduction.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Happy to walk everyone through it. I'm Brian Falk from Irica O'Connell on behalf of the applicant Hosokawa Alpine American. And with me tonight is Ben McNally from Alpine,
Hello.
Chris Ryan from Meridian Engineering, our site engineer, and Neil Crothers from Mills Construction. So to orient yourself, 455 Whitney Street, this is right on the Berlin line off of Whitney Street. We're the last property before you go into Berlin. This is the industrial district and also groundwater protection district area 3. As was mentioned, we're seeking site plan approval and a special permit in the groundwater protection district for pre-existing non-conforming use. And this is so that we can do a 4,500 square foot addition to the existing building. The existing building is 22,000 square feet. So roughly a 22% increase in building size on the existing site. Our use is light manufacturing with accessory office and warehouse space. Alpine bought the property in 2018. The business conducts sales and service for blown film extrusion machines, which is used primarily in the medical packaging industry. The machines themselves are manufactured in Germany and then shipped to Northborough. At the site, company keeps and ships the machines and does some light assembly and dry runs to make sure that they're in working order. But the actual blowing and creation of films takes place at customer locations, not in Northborough. So we bring the machines in, do some light assembly, make sure they're working, and then they go off and we handle the sales and service and distribution. But the actual blowing of the films, that takes place at the customer location, not in Northborough. As I mentioned, the addition is off of the existing buildings to the rear of the property. It will make the building essentially an L shape. And the addition is solely for warehouse and storage space. The use will stay the same. We're just going to have more room inside for storage of the machines. There will not be because of this, there won't be an increase in employees or additional traffic because the use is essentially staying the same, just more room for storage indoors. The addition will be screened by the existing mature vegetation that's on the site. If you've been out there, you've seen we have a lot of existing mature trees all on the property line, which provides good screening right now for our neighbors in Berlin. There's a small residential community just over the line in Berlin. So we're keeping that existing screening, and then we're adding some screening, which is shown on the site plan we submitted that was updated as of March 7th. And I'll get into that a little bit later. We're enhancing the screening on site. So the view should only get better for our neighboring properties. We received a Section 6 finding special permit from the ZBA in late February that allows for us to extend the pre-existing non-conforming use and also the rear setback and parking requirements. I mentioned we're pre-existing non-conforming on parking. We have 29 spaces right now. Zoning would call for 54. We're adding 5 new spaces for a total of 34. And again, since we're not adding any staff, we believe parking will be sufficient. It works for us now. And with this addition, we're eliminating the need for the storage trailers that you may have seen on site. Those will go away, so we'll have more room for parking. And so it's mentioned in the planning director's memo, but we're requesting a waiver from strict compliance with the parking requirements because of this. We're comfortable that with 34 spaces, we'll have sufficient parking. We've been there for 5 years now, and parking hasn't been an issue, even with 29 spaces. So seeking a pre-existing non-conforming use special permit in Area 3 of the Groundwater Protection District. Light manufacturing of this site predated the 1986 enactment of that overlay district. So under the bylaw, the board may grant the special permit to expand the use in Area 3 if it finds that the use is allowed in the underlying zoning district, which it is, and that the expansion is not substantially more detrimental to the water supply than the existing use. Our use isn't changing, and if anything, I think the changes at the site will improve any potential impact on the groundwater. Our site plan shows some water quality improvements at the site. We've had some discussions with Fred Litchfield on that point. We think overall the site will function better and actually work better in the groundwater protection district than it currently does. Regarding site plan approval, the planning board may make the determinations that are required by the zoning bylaw and the board's regulations. I detailed those determinations in the project narrative and development impact analysis that I submitted with the application. Those are all there. I had mentioned our abutting neighbors in Berlin. I spoke to a few of those residents myself. They obviously had some concerns about our plans and wanted to know what was going on. And I had mentioned to them that we would be looking to keep the screening that's there and enhance screening. And some of the things I talked to them about that I'll offer to you that we've agreed to are planting arborvitae screening along the property line. You'll see some spots on the site plan where we're doing that. We'll have downward facing lighting to minimize light spillover, and the enhanced screening will also help with that as well. And then the drainage enhancements that are shown on the plan will help with any potential offsite runoff. Again, that's all shown on the March 7th plan that you received. Wrapping up, we reviewed the planning director's comment letters, and the one that was most recently updated yesterday. I can offer a couple of notes regarding the points from the ZBA hearing. We've responded to all the recommended plan changes and conditions that's shown on the May 7th plan. One item will be supplementing the site plan with a revised general note 6 regarding vegetation removal. Chris assures me that's already been done and it'll be ready to be delivered. And we're working to provide a building rendering, which is something that the ZBA conditioned the special permit on, that we provide you, planning board, with a building rendering. We are working on that. One of the challenges is that this is a manufactured building, so there isn't a true architect, and trying to get a building rendering out of the company has been a challenge, but we are working on it and we will have that for you so you can get a sense of what this will look like compared to the existing building. And with respect to the filing with this board, we've responded to all of the recommended plan changes and conditions. I think that's noted in Lori Connor's most recent memo. Also mentioning the town engineer's February 27th comment letter. I can offer just a few notes. For one, we request a waiver from the professional certification regarding hazardous materials on site. It's mentioned in Fred Litchfield's memo that when he did a site inspection with us, he identified a storage locker for paint that was actually brought in from our former facility in Natick and with the movers. That's since been removed from the site. So I know it was requested that we have a condition of approval that be removed. We've already complied. The locker is off site. We also accept the recommended conditions for pre-building permit submissions that are mentioned in Fred Litchfield's memo. And finally, as I mentioned, we have updated the site plans to show water quality improvements near the level spreader. If you have questions about that, I'm going to turn to Chris to get you more detail on that. But from our original submission and in discussions with Fred Litchfield, we made some changes to further improve drainage improvements at the site. With that, I'm happy to address your questions, and thank you for your time.
Fred, do we have an updated memo from you or need a memo? Actually, I'm just trying to find a memo.
You do not have an updated memo from me. The memo that Attorney Falk referenced was February 28th. That's the only memo that I did. I did have some discussions with the engineer regarding the drainage improvements. I had asked him to make a couple of tweaks and he was going to be working on that. What they have proposed is an improvement. I'm just looking for a little bit more so that it could be more easily maintained in the future to make sure that any contaminants that run across the parking lot are captured before they're discharged to that level spreader. I believe he was working on that. He was doing a little bit more research on some options.
Okay, and the impervious calculations, I saw that came over as revised, and that, is that all set, or?
That is all set. The majority of the site is grandfathered, if you will, because it was all paved and the building was there before the bylaw was adopted in '86, has already been referenced. So much of the site is exempt from that calculation. So it's really 15% of what's left. So, and they're proposing recharge of the roof area that they're adding, which also doesn't go towards that impervious cover calculation. So it is fine.
Okay, and then Lori, for your letter, I know you sent a revised letter. You commented where most things have been addressed. There's just a few outstanding items there from your perspective.
Yeah, so one of the items has already been discussed. That's the rendering that I'm expecting. They mentioned the general note that needed to be revised, having to do with the removal of trees. Let's see. The only other comments, oh, actually, they noted, I couldn't find the note that said that the parking lot will be milled and repaved, and so he pointed that out to me, so I've now found it. I don't see any issues with that. And so pretty much everything else has been addressed.
Okay, great. Any board questions at this time or comments? Amy?
I just had a couple of questions, probably for Attorney Dineski. I actually haven't had time to read some of the memos that came in yesterday. But when looking at the old building, I don't know, Attorney Dineski, are you there?
Yes, good evening.
I don't know if Lori mentioned this to you, but when I first looked at this application, I noticed that the site plan has a side setback of 20 feet. Yet it's industrial and it borders a residential neighborhood in Berlin. So I was just curious, shouldn't that be 100-foot setback?
That question would go to the fact that there is a 100-foot setback for industrial when the neighboring or abutting district is residential. I only saw this question briefly before the meeting started. It is in another community, and I would like a little opportunity to examine that more closely before providing an answer to the board.
Okay.
So I had a couple of questions, and I can forward the email to the board. My questions were about the 100-foot buffer between the residential and the industrial, but also there was a non-conforming rear setback, and that was what the ZBA approved, the extension of the non-conforming rear setback, yet allowing this addition to go towards the neighboring building, they're actually within the 100-foot setback. There's supposed to be a 100-foot setback between the edge of the building and the residential district. And the way I read the non-conforming bylaws is you would need a variance to make it, I can read it out loud. In the, to create a new non-conforming shall require a variance. Perhaps provided, however, the extension of an exterior wall, which would be the back one, along the same non-conforming distance only needs a special permit. So I agree that the rear setback would just need a special permit for non-conforming. But since it's going also towards the residential, I think right there it needs a variance, but I think I'd like to ask Attorney Dineski to review that.
I can include that among the issues to provide an answer to the board on.
My question would be, as a planning board, we shouldn't approve the site plan until they get a variance if they need it. And it's within the 20-day appeal period. Like, would the planning board appeal the ZBA decision, or could they just reopen it and add the variance to it? I just wanted to know how to do that without letting the 20 days expire.
If there is a determination that there is, and this would be a general principle anyway, zoning relief that's required and was not obtained, then an applicant would need to reapply or make an additional application for that relief. It wouldn't be a reopening, if you will, of the application that was already heard, because that was a decision based on a notice that provided for certain things that were requested. Something not requested would need to be the subject of a different notice if that's the determination that we come to.
Okay,
And
thank you. That was my concern before going forward with the site plan to get that decided.
Okay, so it sounds like we need clarification on that. And then any other questions? Okay, I realize we didn't get to dive in too deeply, but this is a public hearing, so if there are any comments from the public, you're welcome at this time. If anyone has anything, just raise your hand and I'll bring you in. Okay, I don't see any public comments. So why don't we, would it make sense, do you think we'll know more, Attorney Janeski, by the next meeting that we have, which is it April 4th? Is that our next meeting?
I can respond by that date if that's the meeting.
Okay. Lori, does that work? Continue to April 4th?
Yes.
Okay.
We
How
can
about,
accommodate them at 6 p.m.
okay, does that work for the applicant? To continue to April 4th at 6 p.m.?
Yeah, that works for us. Thank you.
Okay, great. So then is there a motion to continue the public hearing for 459 Whitney, excuse me, continue the public hearing for 455 Whitney Street site plan approval and special permit for groundwater protection overlay on April 4th at 6 p.m.
So moved.
Second?
Second,
Okay, all in favor, Amy,
Aye.
Bill,
Aye.
Anthony?
Sorry.
That's okay. Millie?
aye.
And Carrie's an aye. Okay, great. We'll see you back in a few weeks. Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda, we have the continued public hearing for 0 and 301 Bartlett Street, parcel H for site plan approval and a groundwater protection overlay district special permit for development of a distribution center and warehouse project. So let's see. I see Dave. Israel. Is Kelly on the team?
Mhm.
Kelly. And I'll make sure we have everyone. Oh, Scott Weiss probably looks like on the
Yes,
team.
please promote Kelly and Scott Weiss.
Got it. Okay. Might just take a minute. Do I have everybody on your team?
And Israel as well, if he's on.
Yep, got Israel. Okay, I have Israel, Dave, Scott, and Kelly. Is that everyone?
Yes, I believe that's everyone on our ends.
Okay, great. So why don't we get started then? Unless you have anything else that you want to present, I believe our task tonight is to go through the conditions and get that squared away, unless there's anything else that you wanted to present or discuss.
Madam Chairman, if I can just address the board very briefly. I haven't appeared before the board. I was at the last hearing, but I wanted to introduce myself. My name is Kelly Jordan Price. I'm a partner at the law firm of Hinckley, Allen and Snyder in Boston. And I'm here tonight representing the applicant, Gutierrez Company. As you know, in advance of tonight's hearing, we received a draft of the conditions of approval for the project that were put together by the planning board. We reviewed those draft conditions very carefully and thoroughly and provided our comments on the proposed conditions to Lori Connors this past Friday. Before we get into the specifics, I just kind of want to refresh everyone's recollection as to where we are in this process. This is a remand hearing, as everyone knows, from a land court decision in which the court found that the requested site plan approval and special permit should be granted or should have been granted as the applicant satisfies all bylaw criteria. we are trying to be as collaborative and accommodating as we can in this process, even in certain areas where we respectfully submit that we believe that the planning board is in fact exceeding its authority under the remand order and under the bylaw. With that being said, we have striven to be respectful of this process at all times and accommodate the board with respect to those conditions that have been proposed as much as possible while keeping the project feasible. We've also tried to be respectful of the abutting residential property owners as much as we can, both in our original site plan, the modifications we've agreed to, as well as our proposed changes to the conditions, in order to minimize any perceived impacts that the residential neighbors may have from the project. We have pushed back on certain areas where we believe the conditions would exceed the power of the planning board and would otherwise jeopardize the feasibility of the project. We truly have gone as far as we can with respect to these proposed conditions and hope that the board will accept our proposed changes and close out the hearing process. Before I conclude, I just wanted to address one other issue or clarify one point in connection with our comments on the proposed conditions. The board may have noticed that some of our comments appear in all caps. The language that appears in all caps in our comments represents comments that we had on the condition language and is not proposed language changes for the condition. So just to be clear, we did not intend for any of the all caps to be proposed condition language, but rather to reflect our comments and concerns about some of the proposed language. And with that, I apologize if that created any kind of confusion in reviewing our proposed changes, and we're happy to address any questions the board may have. Thank you.
Great. Nice to meet you. Thanks for introducing yourself. Is this the first time you've worked with Northborough?
So I represent the Gutierrez Company quite a bit. I've represented them probably for over 20 years. So,
Okay.
and I have been involved. I was involved in the land court process, and I have been involved to a certain degree on the remand hearing as well.
Okay, so I just want to clarify a little bit that for the last 6 years that I've been around, most of these conditions are conditions that we place on other properties in the same exact area with the same exact permitting, site plan and special permit. So there's nothing really extraordinary or different about yours. So I think maybe being new to town, you haven't had the opportunity to see other decisions that have many of the same exact conditions. So there's nothing that I would want you to feel or I think onerous, I think was the word you used in an email that was sent. And then also I just want to say that as part of the remand, our role was to go through the 9 criteria that was claimed we didn't go through the first time. So I think we've been mindful of trying to put into context where our conditions fall under that criteria. So I think the board spent a lot of time, and the reason we spent so long, I think you mentioned it was 5.5 hours, is to take the time to go through the conditions and figure out what could make this project work if it had the right conditions, and to really go through that criteria and figure out where those conditions would fit in order to make this the right project for the area that it's located. So I just wanted to clarify that. With that, why don't we get started with what we have here as a draft? We have, Lori, I think the best one to use may be the markup maybe. So for me, when I was going back and forth, there are some things that I thought were okay and some things that I prefer we just keep what we originally had. So what is the best process you think for reflecting that? It's a little confusing in the markup. I'm wondering if we should use the original.
It would be helpful for me if you could use the markup one. Certainly reference the March 8th one if you're confused about how the original conditions document was laid out. But if we could kind of figure out the points of agreement first, I think that would be the easiest lift, and then concentrate on the points of disagreement.
Okay, does that work for the board? Well, first of all, has the board had a chance to review and sort of consider? Okay, great. So why don't we start? I'm going to pull up the original. I just want to have a copy of the original running at the same time. And then I think all of us probably have the markup. Let's see, give me 1 second. Let's see. Okay, so let's start with A. Did anybody have any, so that it looks like in the markup here, we have the addition of all else was fine, except at the addition of all if and as required by the town of Northborough. Any thoughts on that from the board?
That's fine with me.
Sorry, I'm just still pulling up. So I wondered, I had a question actually of the rationale behind that addition. Was there something you were thinking? Well, but there are other permits at stake here, including, you know, any sort of state permits or MWRA or things like that. I'm wondering why you specified the town of Northborough, if there's a rationale behind that?
I just think by, if required, appeared in the middle of the sentence, and I think by keeping that comment at the end, it just is for clarity purposes and just makes it cleaner.
What if we did, sorry, after the comment where it says obtain all necessary, what if we say obtain all required permits and approvals? And then take off the if required and then end at Public Works?
Just
So,
if required and just leave it at that.
well, I was actually thinking, with this, the applicant shall comply with all applicable bylaws, rules, regulations, and codes, and prior to construction activities, obtain all required permits versus all necessary permits. So then you don't need the if required, and you don't need the ending part.
If it's applicable, then that's what's required. So if it's not applicable, it's not required. So you
Right.
don't actually need the words required anywhere because it's kind of, it should be understood that if it's not applicable, it's not required. In my
Yes, I guess I didn't see the need to really add anything else to this one.
I was just doing it to cut off the ending if there was a concern about leaving out like state permits and stuff. So it was saying obtain all required permits.
And then it's including ours. Yeah, I think we leave it as is. It's all permits, not just ours. It's anything applicable to this.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Please.
Scott Weiss with the Gutierrez Company. Just for a point of clarification, we have no problems with your language of obviously a required permit is a required permit. There's no issue there. But when you start listing out the specific permits that are included, some of which may or may not be required, as I understand, for example, an earthwork permit may not be required in the future because some of that is proposed to get consolidated. Is that correct?
That's a good question. Lori, do you want to speak to that? Is there an earthwork permit at hand here or no longer?
I'm going to defer to Fred because that's his
Oh,
bylaw
sorry,
change
Fred.
that's proposed.
Currently, as it stands, one would be required under the bylaw. The earthwork bylaw is part of the town code, not part of the zoning bylaw. And it is required for a project that's going to alter or import or export more than 200 cubic yards of material. Land disturbance permit, which carries a lot of the same conditions, but more stringent requirements for controlling runoff and erosion control and post-construction maintenance, is also required on any project that's going to exceed 1 acre of disturbance. What we're proposing at town meeting, as you know, is to provide an exemption under the earthwork board's bylaw, allowing a project that also already obtained a land disturbance permit to be exempt from the earthwork board permit. So today, prior to town meeting, both are required. Hopefully after town meeting, only one will be required, the land disturbance permit in this case.
Okay, but because this was submitted prior to that town meeting, they do need an earthwork permit.
Right now they do, if they were to go to construction. But if they were to go to construction after town meeting, and the article prevails, they would be exempt. It's not when they filed with you, it's when they file the application for a land disturbance permit. Or if they were to try to apply for an earthwork permit prior to town meeting, they would still need it. That makes
Okay,
sense?
so originally this had if required for the earthwork permit. So what happened in this revision is there was a removal of if required. So if you were to negate that edit and the addition of the text, the follow-up text, it would actually state the earthwork permit if required, a land disturbance and stormwater management permit. Actually, I'm going to share my screen with the original so everyone can see what I'm looking at. Okay, so can everyone see the earthwork board if required? Okay, so this was the original, which did make it so this was if it were required, not necessarily. So then if it happens after April 24th or whatever the case, it's not required. Does that make sense? Okay. So the next one, which was removed, actually, for some reason, Lori, that the number taken was incorrectly transcribed. The original, well, the one that I had anyway, it was the environmental standards in the zoning bylaws, which is 705-040 A through F. I don't know, for some reason, section 710-060 G came through, but that wasn't the correct one. So really, this is, if you look in the bylaws, it's the environmental standards under 705-040 A through F.
I think the confusion was the name. So those are environmental performance standards. So I'll clarify that.
Okay.
Are you okay, the applicant okay with it otherwise?
Could
So,
you
to be
repeat
honest,
the
I didn't focus on that heading into the hearing because I was looking at the other, I didn't realize it was a typo in the conditions. I'm happy to take a look at this and provide a response, but I just need to go through the bylaw and just confirm that. If it's what's required by the bylaw, I don't think we would have any objection, but I just haven't had a chance to look at that.
Okay, it is
Could you
required.
Could you repeat Madam Chair, the reference, the code
Yeah.
reference?
Sure. And actually I'll type it here. Okay, no, I can't type it there. It's 7-05-040. And it's A through F. And if you have the current book. It starts on page 7-49. It's the environmental performance standards. And that should be it. Okay, so there's that. Next we have C. So we're going to be off by a number, I think, because C now moved up to B here. Let's see. Any comments on this next one? So it just was the addition of upon such transfer, any and all obligations of applicant hereunder shall transfer to the new property owner.
The only thing is originally it said 50% and it was changed to substantially all. I don't know if that matters. I think we had 50% and then maybe Attorney Donahue changed it to substantially all.
Or Attorney Dineski, I feel like we talked about that last time. We wanted to quantify it somehow. But is that, do you remember this case? Was it something we wanted to quantify it at the time and picked a number?
Carrie, if I may,
Yes.
there were certain conditions that have already been discussed. And you folks agreed to the changes that Mark Donahue proposed. So I incorporated those changes into this text because you already agreed to them. So that was one of them.
Okay.
I don't remember that. I remember talking about quantitative versus qualitative, but I don't remember. I tried to go back and look at the minutes, but I didn't see it.
Madam Chair, there are actually two issues here. The
Sure.
first sentence is respecting notice to the board if there is a transfer or a sale of substantially all of the assets in the project. The second sentence is simply reflecting that the conditions of the approval will apply to someone who takes title to the property as a new owner. It's really just a question of dividing the responsibility between the applicant and if there is a subsequent owner.
Okay, so I don't have a problem with the addition necessarily. I think we're just looking at what, I guess we did have it of substantial. We may have changed it from percentage to substantial. I'm just going back to the original.
The substantial language, I believe I had commented at a previous meeting, is fairly typical for that kind of a notice requirement.
Okay, then I'm all set. I couldn't remember that
Yeah.
we came to the conclusion.
Okay, is the board in general okay with the addition of that line? I'll say if I don't hear otherwise. Okay, the next is what's listed at C, just the addition. This looks like a change to removing the planning board and chief of police and putting town planner and engineer. On this one, I think I preferred the planning board stay on this. I didn't feel strongly about the fire chief. Any comments from the board on that?
I would agree. I would say the planner, and I would still say the chief of police should be on there.
Let's see.
So the reason why it originally said chief of police is for emergency purposes.
Oh, was that the original?
Yes.
Okay.
So it originally said the chief of police. So if there's a fire or, a break-in or whatever, then the police chief would know who to contact.
Okay, so in the one that I'm looking at, the original said the applicant shall provide the planning board and the chief of police with the appropriate contact information. So it must not have been, that must have morphed from a couple of edits then, because it sounds like originally the intent was to notify the police of an emergency. I don't know how it changed so much.
I think the applicants crossed out planning board and engineer and changed it to town planner and chief of police. I mean, engineer. But I think the chief of police should have it, say it's a weekend. But I don't think it's a big deal. I think if one person got it, hopefully they could give it to all the other people that they thought needed the information.
Okay, so Lori, is that standard then, that if you'd have the information, or should the chief of police have it? Does it matter in this case?
I would rather, if somebody were to have it, I'd rather it be the chief of police. And then whether it's the town engineer or whether it's me in the planning department, I don't think it matters. We just need somebody to contact if there's an issue.
So maybe it sounds like chief of police and town planner makes sense here. Unless Fred, should you be on this in case it's an issue?
My issue would be more on a day-to-day operation to see if there's something that's going on with the drainage system, not so much an emergency. So it's fine with me either way. We're all going to share this information. It's not going to be held in one person's office and not shared. So I don't have a preference.
Okay, so board, it sounds like we should keep the chief of police in there. And Lori, is your preference to be included as well?
I think I'm fine with the town planner change, but the chief of police should definitely stay.
Yep. Okay. So it sounds like, well, meaning Bill, you're happy with town planner and chief of police? Okay.
Yes.
All right. So it's town planner and chief of police. Okay, next section we have. Hold on here. Lori, when I'm looking at the original, which date So I should be looking at the date 3/8, not 3/7. Is that the, prior to the markup one, is it the 3/8 version I'd look at?
The most, so the most up-to-date sketch is the March 17th. However, the most up-to-date plan was,
Correct me if I'm wrong, Lori. I think, Carrie, were you talking about plan or the
Oh, no, the
conditions
condition.
document?
Yep, just the condition.
this document, I'm sorry, March 8th is the original version that they marked up.
Okay, good. Let me get rid of the other one then, so I don't get confused. I just want to make sure people, like, we have something to look at, otherwise it's hard to get through this. Okay, so prior to construction activity, is that what you guys can see right now? Yep. Okay, so the next one looks as oh, I see why you brought that up, Laurie, because the next edit talks about the reference sketch. So we don't typically expand, usually we just say the prior to construction, the applicant shall, and then just dive into it. We don't ordinarily refer to any specific. I don't like the idea of referring to a specific sketch. This isn't something we ordinarily do. I don't know if board members have another thought on this.
I had a question, if we agreed on all the conditions below, if they could just be added to the site plan, like, we're making a decision to approve the site plan with these conditions. So how does the sketch get added to that? It doesn't seem as official, you know? We're approving the site plan with conditions plus the sketch, maybe? I think the sketch, is being done to save money, which is fine, while we're going through all these conditions, because they can add and show things. But if we come to a decision at the end, can't all the items on the sketch just be included into the site plan? And that way, like 20 years from now, people aren't like, well, should we look at the site plan? Should we look at the sketch? I don't know. That was just my question, because we never have had a sketch before.
Yes, we would need the site plan to be updated. So if the decision says that the site plan has to be modified, I mean, even if it's just referencing a sketch, it's still, you still have to modify the entire site plan, because otherwise we won't know what to reference when you're going through the construction process.
Right.
So if I may,
Right, so-
Madam Chair.
Sure.
So just to clarify two items, is it the board's procedure, and I don't think they've done this in the past, you guys don't sign a set of approved site plans, do you?
A good question. Lori, do we just ordinarily sign the decision?
Usually the decision references, so I don't think that they typically sign the site plan, but when you provide a plan that modifies in accordance with the conditions of approval, I take the decision and then I put checks next to each of these conditions. And then I write on the decision the date of the final plan. And then on the plan itself that goes into the file, I highlight final. And then that is what goes with us when doing inspections of your site. So ultimately, whether you do it now or whether you do it once the decision is rendered, the site plan has to be modified.
Yep, and we would, in the past, I don't think we had had signed site plans either. That's why I was clarifying. But obviously, the set of plans would have to be updated, certainly when you apply for a building permit, to reflect all the items shown on the decision. And the reason for including the sketch is really just to make the references easier and more clear. If you don't want to include the reference sketch, that's fine. And we can certainly agree to update, you know, following the completion of the decision, we will, you know, update the site plan.
This is neither here nor there, but we used to sign the site plans because I remember signing them. They were really big with the clear vellum. and we had the black marker. I don't know when we stopped. But I
A lot
used,
of times that is certainly done for subdivision plans or signed because those are recorded. Some communities we work in sign site plans, some do not. Some have them signed when they're at the building permit application, some do not. And I don't recall, I don't think we had you guys had signed site plans in the past projects we have done, but I didn't know if that had changed.
Okay. So-
Historically, I'm sorry,
ahead.
Carrie.
No,
Fred.
go right ahead, Fred.
Historically, the board did not sign site plans. It was only subdivision plans, but Amy's correct. They're Mylars. There's a special pen that you need to sign it with so that it can be recorded at the registry, but it's only for subdivision plans because of the lotting. It's not site plans.
Okay, so back to the original question, this is really just modifying the site plan for these, I guess. Is that what we'll just forge ahead with, modifying the site plan? Do we need to reference the reference sketch?
Madam Chair, it's David Dineski. One of
Oh,
the
sure.
ways to approach this might simply be to, and this I think would just be editing if the board is in agreement in substance, that the plan be modified to show and then list the items, but reference also the sketch plan so that you have both written description and then a graphic reference so that when the modifications are submitted, there is the ability to compare the site plan to the sketch plan or vice versa to confirm that what was represented and described has actually been done.
And that is consistent with the edits that we provided as well.
Okay, so it seemed like your purpose for that was just to make sure we were referencing a specific plan.
It was more just in case there was any lack of clarity amongst the board members, amongst, any future participants, staff or anybody, so that everybody understood what the intent was. So everybody was clear and on the same page. When the site and the property lays out at an angle, north, northwest, northeast, southwest, somebody may think it's some other side of the property than what might have been intended.
Okay, so with that, does the board like Attorney Dineski's suggestion for that?
I do.
Yeah, I can't always see everyone at the same time, so if you're shaking no, I can't necessarily see.
If you do look at our markup, that is how we marked that up, which was included a reference to the reference plan. And then did include listing out all the modifications that were sought as well, all in accordance with the reference plan, so everybody was on the same page. So it had both, it had the language and the plan. And the plan was really just to help facilitate the understanding.
Mhm.
It does say in the markup where modifications to the site plan is required, any such modification meeting the conditions noted herein is deemed approved by the planning board.
Mhm. Okay, so is everyone happy with that?
I don't know if I want that sentence. Maybe the sentence before it. So it's saying if they're doing modification after, oh, okay, it's only modification using the conditions below. It's
Right.
not modifying after we approve.
Yes.
Correct. Yes, that's correct. We just wanted to be clear that those modifications are not some new plan because there are requirements later on in the decision. Let's say if we modify the plan, we have to come back to the board. We want to be clear that those modifications are basically approved.
I only agreed to like the modifications that we have listed below, not any that happen after the decision.
That's exactly what we had.
Okay. It just seems by the language that it's saying, if, as long as it's listed below, it's already deemed approved, so that's fine. But does that preclude any other modifications? It's not clear if additional modifications could be made. That's the only thing. Amy, is that what you're getting at?
Yeah, that's what first struck me as like, hey,
I think you have that
modification.
covered in a separate condition, and I think it's towards the end of all the conditions where any future modifications and are covered by a different process entirely.
Okay,
And Attorney Dineski can weigh in, certainly the planner can weigh in, or our attorney can certainly tell you that, I'm sure.
okay. Attorney Dineski, do you think that we're covered along the lines of that concern? Do you think that we're covered for any additional modifications that another condition prevents that from happening?
Madam Chair, there is another provision, if not maybe two, that relate to changes or modifications that would require a return to the board. I read this language as only saying what's listed below is approved. And as a general comment, and to repeat what I said earlier, the precise wording here still may require some editing for a final document. But substantively, I don't see that this would change the intent that the board's inclusion of this particular condition only relates to those items that are listed, and the other conditions that require a return, or other modifications rather, that require a return to the board, that is all still reserved.
Okay, so it sounds like we all have the same goal in that. We may just have to fine tune the language.
So would it be Attorney Dineski fine tuning that language right there on E?
Yes.
And again, as a general comment, I would think that once this exercise is completed, that the board would want to see a final document that the planner would prepare, and I would certainly work with her on that. I think just by virtue of the length of this document and the subject matter, this exercise is to identify the substance of the items, and those changes, if you will, that may just be edits, would be a sort of subsequent and final step.
Got it. That's helpful. Okay, so then getting past that, it looks like there was no edits made to this part, the installation of a 5-foot wide cement concrete walkway. We did have some disagreement on the trail. So originally we had the bypass trail just for pedestrian access. And that was changed to trying to work towards something. So board member comments on this from original to edited?
I came up with a condition, but I'd like to share it, because what concerned me is working in good faith could mean one thing to one person and one thing to another person. So I'll share what I was thinking. Can you see what I'm sharing?
It says modify the site plan to depict reconstruction. Is that what you're?
Yep, that's how I modified their condition. So I have modified the site plan to depict the reconstruction of the slope and the aqueduct path, noted as adjusting grading on reference sketch. So the adjusted grading is listed on the reference sketch, so that's why I pointed to that, to a 5 to 10% slope. But I mean, that would have to be determined by the town engineer, the DPW director, and the MWRA, or the applicant. And I wanted to either or, like, what if the MWRA comes back and says no, or the applicant says, no, you know, I tried, but we can't do it. I wanted to ask if there could be a walking path provided. So I wrote, or the applicant will donate, provide an easement, because I didn't know which they'd rather do, to the town of Northborough, a 6-foot wide cleared walking trail on lot 66-16 from the access drive, headed west along parcel 6616, abutting the aqueduct. When we looked at the subdivision, lot 66-16 was deemed undevelopable. So I was hoping in good faith in Miss Kelly's letter, she mentioned that they work with good faith with the town. So I was hoping if the MWRA wouldn't be in agreement to adjust the slope, then we could have a path so it doesn't stop. So the people on the current path don't just fall off the cliff there. And the intent of it was a goodwill gesture by the applicant to continue the current aqueduct trail in a similar fashion. It was also a recommendation by the police chief. So, and it's only in the case that nothing can be worked out with the MWRA. If it all works out with the MWRA, then everything's fine.
Board comments on that?
I think that that sounds like a reasonable approach.
Fred, thoughts on that number or that slope in general? Is that something that would help create that pedestrian circulation there, or?
It could, it depends. I'm guessing that the MWRA won't have a problem with the slope, provided it's not cutting into it, as long as it's being added to make it more gradual. But it would take if it's within their property, then they would have to approve it, not me. I would weigh in once it left and got back onto the site plan.
For the applicant, does that sound like a reasonable compromise, not to tie you into if for some reason the MWRA doesn't approve that there's another option for that? I think probably the goal of the board is to just make sure pedestrians can still cross there, and it doesn't seem like that's possible if there's not some sort of adjustment.
So I think on our end, we just want to review the language that you had drafted, but you know, again, we want to work cooperatively with you, and we would agree that we think there's a solution within the aqueduct right away, and can work with that. So once we see the language, I think we can hopefully work to agreeable terms.
Okay, so I'll leave it for now, and I can forward my document to others. I might leave mine up, Carrie, because I had a change with the next one.
Oh, sure. Okay. So the next one was modify the site plan to depict the location. So there were no changes on the version I have. So is that your addition there?
Yes, because they were showing the location of the mature pine trees, but I also wanted to add these trees will not be removed or damaged during construction. Because it's one thing to show it, it's another thing to keep them there. Because we're promised over and over again that they won't be cut down. I just wanted to put it in writing.
I think the line above it says the location and preservation.
Mm-hmm. Okay, what happens if they do become damaged then?
You know, that would not be the intent. I think it's the same thing that happens with any unintended consequence, that typically if a tree gets damaged, we would have to plant something in its place.
I could read that. We could add, if they are damaged, we could plant something comparable to in its place. I mean, not 100 feet tall, but
Yeah, in reality, a transplanted tree that's that large won't survive. So there's no such thing, but you can't transplant trees that are too large, because then they won't survive. The idea and our commitment here is that we'll show where they are, we'll cordon them off, and like the limit of any of our work, we're not intending to you know, remove or do anything to those trees.
Do you think I should add the point? Does anybody on the board think I should add the point, if they are damaged or removed, shall be replaced?
That makes sense to me.
Well, we just have to quantify it in a way, I guess. Like, obviously we're not looking for the exact replacement, because that can't happen. But if there's some sort of reasonable.
Something that'll grow to the same size.
At One Lyman, we did 20-foot trees. I don't know if that's the biggest you can go.
I think it all depends on the variety of tree you're talking about.
Right, these were, what are these pine trees right now? So I'd assume they'd be the same.
So Attorney Janeski, if the intent is really like not to then have to replicate the exact tree, but we don't want to we want some sort of quantifiable thing. Is there something that you recommend we could put here that covers if something happens to the trees, but without making it excessively difficult to replace?
Madam Chair, I think language could be included that reflects replacement with, and I'll use just a generic phrase here that we could refine for a final document, but of similar or same type and expected to grow to the same height as the tree that was damaged or destroyed.
Okay,
But that would be the concept, to replace like with like as close as possible.
okay.
Right. I think I mean, I would want them to be big because that's what they are now. So I would think you'd want like at least a 20-foot tree versus like a 6-foot tree. I'll just put it in. We can get back to this.
Yeah, I just think your concern there would be, you wouldn't want a 20-foot tree that is gonna die in 3
Mhm.
years versus a 6-foot tree that might be, live and be 25 feet tall in 3 years or something like that. So I just want to not dictate a size to a landscape, or arborist type person. We're not looking to damage the trees anyway, but
Yeah.
it's
So, but maybe Amy, if
Fine.
you just put in parentheses, so we remember, and I have it written down too, like Attorney Janeski's suggestion that would expect to grow to the same height. So however that,
But expect to grow to the same height. I mean, they can put in a 1-foot tree that you expect to grow. I think there needs, I think we can leave it up to Attorney Dineski to edit. But I do think there should be a size. It should be at least 10 feet, if not, whatever they say.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so the next one, is that your edit or an existing?
That's mine too. Going back to the very beginning, even Lori had the condition, modify the site plan to depict a 10-foot wide landscape buffer along all sides of the parking lot in accordance to section 709030C4A. And Ms. Price mentioned that that doesn't apply here, but it actually does, because if you go to the section 709, the next one is actually 709040 is industrial, and it sends you back to 0030. So if you go to 709040, the industrial section, it tells you have to follow 709030. I can tell everybody what page it's on if you'd like. But I feel like we still don't have that landscape buffer around the parking lot. 709, it's on page 799. It says, off-street parking design standards for industrial uses. Any industrial use shall conform to the requirements of subsection C 4, 5, and 6. So the 10-foot wide landscape buffer is section 4. So I just want to ask the applicant if they could try to point out on the, if it not today, maybe next time on the site plan where they can depict a 10-foot wide landscape buffer. And while I was at that section, I noticed that they called for bumper overhangs. Do you know offhand if there are bumper overhangs on the parking lot? It's supposed to protect the landscaping in the little areas on the parking lot, so the cars don't pull up on them or drip on them.
Amy, in this application, they are proposing berm. So that would do the same thing as the concrete bumpers. You usually only have the concrete bumpers where there is no berm, or it's immediately adjacent to, say, a sidewalk.
Okay, so there's a berm around all the landscaped areas within the parking lot?
Totally around the perimeter of the parking lot, including the landscaped islands.
Okay, so I can just take it off. I just put it on here because I wanted to ask while I was going through that section. I noticed it. So it's on the landscaped islands and that covers that.
Okay, so that's just a standard part of the bylaw then.
Yep. But we had never asked, so I figured I'd ask.
No, I'm sorry. I mean, like one you have up there now, not the bumper, but the 10-foot wide landscape buffer along all sides of the parking lot is a requirement of our bylaw.
Yes, yep. It's on page 798.
790.
Does anybody want me to wait or do you want to move forward?
No, I see it. I don't know if anyone else needs help finding it.
I'm just gonna leave mine up because the next one was the sound wall, and I was the one who added that condition. So I changed it to modify the site plan to depict, if they don't want to do a sound wall, there's another warehouse in Holliston, and what they're doing actually is a 30-foot high earthen berm. But since this is the parking lot, I think we only really need like 15 feet high. That's just my guess. But I updated the comment and condition to say modify the site plan to depict a 15-foot high earthen berm or 15-foot high solid sound barrier wall. If installed on top of the berm, the wall height may be reduced to an amount equivalent to the height of the earthen berm. And then added landscaping. And then I just said the intent of this 15-foot barrier wall is to block the light and sound of the industrial use, which is less than 100 feet from the abutting residential neighborhood. They were all different. I can pull up a picture of all different types of sound walls. Some of them are vinyl, some are concrete, some are, I forgot, but I can pull it up. Oh, and as long as there's no seams, it would not let through the site and light and sound. I know Ms. Price said that it was an overreach, but I found a lot of examples online that show between industrial areas and residential areas, especially within 100 feet, that there's some sort of light and sound wall barrier.
So along those lines, Amy, I also saw that comment, and I looked up, I sent Laurie an example, and I know you're sharing, so I won't share mine. But one of the examples aren't you see the ones on the highway, and they do look really maybe like they're too much. But in this particular, if you look around, it specifically lists environments that need sound wall solutions, and listed our distribution centers primarily because they're popping up all over the place, backing right up to neighborhoods. So these are the perfect use cases where you'd need some sort of sound wall. And I can share that too. But they're not necessarily looking for I think the concerns that we heard, oh, look, you're pulling up one now too. So I think the concerns that we're hearing from the neighborhood is that this is, as you mentioned, closer than the 100-foot distance there, but also that they're seeing the lights, the noise. I think this certainly would help to alleviate some of that concern.
Even says complex zoning problems created by the need for industries and homeowners to exist in harmony. So I don't think it's an overreach. I think there are all different ways to do it. There's one, this looks vinyl, but there's just no spaces for the light or the sound to get through. This one's made out of wood.
I know it's a glorified fence a little bit to some extent.
Right, as long as there's no spaces. I guess if there's spaces, then the light and the sound will seep through. But what I've noticed that the other warehouses are doing are an earthen berm. An earthen berm would actually be the perfect sound wall because it absorbs the sound and it absorbs the light. So that could also be used. I know some of the places they had mentioned the berm went up 7 feet. So if you want to go to 15 feet, just build up that earthen berm another 8 feet. But there are areas where there's no earthen berm, so then it would have to go up like 15 feet. But there is a warehouse in Holliston being proposed, and they're going to do a 30-foot berm with an 8-foot fence on top. So they're covering their whole warehouse. because it's next to a residential neighborhood.
Thoughts from board members?
So I think it's totally reasonable for this, especially at the proximity to the residential area, how close it is, and the activity that's going to be here in the light and sound protection. I'm not certain about the earthen berm, if there's enough width there to build something up high enough or not, just don't know. I preferably would think the wall would be a better idea. Unless it, I mean, I'd leave that to the experts to, what would work best.
Thoughts from the applicant on these different options?
So I think we stand by our position that this 15-foot high or higher than that wall is overkill and is more intended for something along a highway as opposed to in a residential area. And I just want to, and I know I want to be extremely respectful of the process here, and I'm sure my client may want to chime in when I'm done, but there are certain areas here that we also need to respect the integrity of what the land court decided in this case. And I just want to read a sentence from the court's decision.
Can you hold on that, please, so we can solve this issue right here?
Like, I think, Madam Chair, I don't mean to be disrespectful at all. I think it goes to this issue and kind of goes to the point where we're saying we want to be as reasonable as possible, but there are some conditions that we think exceed the power of the board. And there's
Okay, why don't you hold on that for a little bit longer so we can solve this issue right here? Because I want to show an example too, and the use cases of which it applies. So Amy, I'm going to share for a second. So this is what I was looking at. So when you have here, like literally the use case is distribution center, and it's literally listing what we're running into here. The facility is running up to neighborhoods. What to do, a good solution for when they're popping up all over the place, and how to make it coexist with neighborhoods. So it's not just that big highway kind of wall that we're talking about. These are solutions that when you come down, not just here's a highway use case, fine, that could be overkill. But what we're talking about is when you have these distribution centers, what is a way to make it where you can block the noise of trucks? It serves as a visual barrier, and it makes it more acceptable to the neighborhood, and it allows them to have enjoyment of their property, which they have a right to as well. So I think that's important to be respectful of that as well. Okay, Ms. Price, you're welcome to read whatever you wanted to read.
So I think we have to, I appreciate the fact that you're showing other distribution centers, but we also have to understand the topography and the actual property that we're looking at here. And, after a trial in the land court wrote a decision, and the judge said the project is surrounded by dense forest and is situated a significant distance from an abutting properties. In addition, the 13.21 acre conservation restriction in the northwest section of the property will create a large forested buffer between the project and abutting residential properties. So here, I think the judge has already viewed this project and has already determined that there is a certain buffer, in his words. And
those actually aren't his words. That's your pre-filed testimony that was copied and pasted into that decision.
With all due respect, this is a decision after trial that I'm reading from.
Right, but that's all pre-filed. I went into every single footnote and tracked it into your pre-filed testimony. So all of that verbiage comes direct, that's your words. We've had residents come with pictures where you can literally see the lights from the entranceway. That several residents have been taking pictures. You can see the lights, you can certainly hear the noise. There's no disputing that you'd be able to see lights from that property. Even the residents who have sent in pictures of a simple LED light, you can see.
Madam Chair, I'm simply reading the findings of the trial court. Thank you.
Okay. In any case.
I think with the findings of fact, it's 100 feet. Even though over and over in the hearing, the Gutierrez company is trying to say it's 700 feet. This parking lot is within the 100-foot buffer to the residential property line. 100 feet. So I don't know how many trees are going to be in between that 100-foot buffer. It's a parking lot.
And the 13 acres are not between the parking lot and the residential. They're on the exact opposite side. So I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah, 100%. It's not the same.
So I think, and obviously this has been an issue that has been discussed, at length, and we understand the concerns of the neighbors, and board members will pick one distance, it's 100 feet. It actually is 100 feet to the closest residential property, but then that's only one property, and then all the other properties are a lot further away, and it's actually only 50 feet that's required as a buffer distance. But, I think the point is that we're trying to find a solution. And I think, as we've indicated in our language in the proposed decision, that we're willing to install some type of fence. And what we've proposed, we think, is a reasonable type of fence to install in this situation, given the topography and given the distances that we're talking about. So I think we're certainly open, as we've indicated in this language, to a fence. Perhaps we can come up with something that's a little closer to what the board would like to see in terms of maybe some sound qualities, but certainly not a 15-foot high or a 20-foot high sound barrier. And so I think it's just trying to find a compromise here with a type of fence that works.
So
And
what?
if I may, Madam Chair, as well, just to add to that.
Oh, sure, yes.
I'm sorry. So, obviously this is a big point for everyone. The building and the layout of the site, and to the point of those distribution center pictures you were showing, the building itself is your sound barrier from the truck court and where the truck activity is. And that's how it was positioned, to keep all of the truck loading and unloading on the opposite side of the building from the residences, facing to the east and away from there. So that was an intentional approach. What we're talking about is a parking lot area, which is an auto parking area. It's not to say there's not lights or sounds or noises that emanate from there. And it's not, as Israel said, it may be 100 feet to the closest property line, and both comments are correct. 100 feet to the closest property line, but all the residences are 700 plus feet away, the residential structures themselves. And there's a fair amount of conservation area in between on the backs of those residential properties within that 100 feet, and then on the backside of our site as well, that isn't going to be disturbed and would remain built out. Any expansion of earthen berms would eat into that existing landscaping, which I don't think anybody wants to see. So it does really come down to what this structure is. And for a parking lot, we think a 15-foot, 20-foot sound wall is above and beyond. And we want to come to some, as Israel said, some reasonable, accomplishable, achievable end result. And that's where we were with a solid panel fence. All the lights would be down lights as required by the town, dark sky compliant. So the idea of a LED bulb shining unprotected, it would not be the case. So that's not what you're looking at in this environment. And the fence would block any headlights from the site, from the parking area.
I'm not sure 6 feet would be tall enough, because when you come in from the east, every truck is going to be pulling in and up, and it's 288 elevation. As you're coming up, the parking lot's 275. It's going to just shine right over into the neighbors. I think it needs to be more than 6 feet high.
You're exactly right that the fence is not blocking the driveway entrance, nor would a fence block any of the traffic or activity on Bartlett Street, which certainly exceeds any of the volume of traffic that would be on this driveway. So there's going to be headlights on Bartlett Street, on Stirrup Lane. There'll be headlights that continue to to be seen depending on where you are. And I don't think there's a wall that's gonna block every single potential headlight from any vehicle on the road.
No, I'm not trying to block the road, I'm trying to block coming up your access drive.
This is
And,
the-
sorry, and the fence didn't go all the way up to the building either. Like there was a space on the sketch.
Because the fire department requires access around the building.
Could there be a
So-
gate?
That would be up to the fire department.
Yeah.
Well, I think light's one thing and sound is another thing. So what I like about the sound, some type of sound wall is to also limit the noise, not just whatever lights are coming in there. To me, a lot of what we just looked at looked like glorified fences. It didn't look like something overly difficult.
Right.
I mean, not that, I'm not trying to pick out what the solution would be, but none of those look like more than a fence. And from what I looked at, it's just like, maybe it's height or something. 6 feet, I think isn't our minimum fence height now 7 feet?
Yeah.
Just even in general, that doesn't even meet the minimum requirements of fences in Northborough. So I think 6 is way undercutting it and it doesn't solve the noise.
I don't know if anyone wants to talk about it further, or should I just want to, since I have a couple things up, I was gonna share what I had. Or
Yeah,
do we
why
just leave it the way it is and then see what the applicant wants to come back with?
Well, let's hold on that for a second, so we can at least get through what you're showing here, because I think we have a
Yeah.
couple other bullets under here. So we'll come back around to that.
What I added was, I had put a fence in my comments that got crossed out along the truck lot. According to our bylaws, 709-020C5D, which is on page 788. Exposed storage areas, machinery, garbage dumpsters, truck loading areas, utility buildings and structures shall be screened from the view of the abutting properties, streets using plantings, fences, and other methods. This whole truck lot shown on this site plan is at max 240 feet from the aqueduct. I think there needs to be some sort of, if they don't want to do a fence, actually, I think it would be better to do a line of trees. Some spruce trees that are evergreens. I also thought that plants along the driveway coming up, there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 maple trees. I was thinking those should be replaced with evergreens too, because the maple trees are going to lose their leaves. It's not much of a buffer. That's just my opinion though.
Wait, so we're on in the mocked up one, there's a note 709-030 doesn't apply to the industrial district. But
Right.
yours, I'm sorry, am I in the wrong one? Sorry.
Nope, it's the same. Well, I replaced all of the line items that were crossed out because they were things that I had added.
Okay.
So 709-030 had to do with a couple things. It had to do with the 10-foot wide landscape buffer. It also talks about 7.09020 talks about exposed storage areas. And that does apply to this application. And there's nothing along the truck lot that buffers it from the aqueduct. So I was asking to add a fence. It was crossed out. And so now I'm asking to plant a row of 6-foot tall spruce trees along the truck loading dock.
Oh,
Right
I
now,
see.
it's just a whole bunch of wetlands there, so it's going to be fully exposed. This is supposed to be a natural buffer.
If I may, I guess I'd like to just maybe get some clarification on what constitutes buffer and screening, because my understanding from the bylaw is that open space, natural vegetated open space meets the definition or is defined as buffer. And so obviously the aqueduct and then the land on the other side of the aqueduct is all vegetated natural open space.
Under this 709-020, it actually says, shall be screened from view of the abutting properties and streets using plantings, fencing, and other methods approved by the site plan authority, which would be our board.
So they're talking about a visual buffer there.
Yep, on page 788.
Hmm.
It's the little d above the
Could
big.
you repeat the section again? What is this?
Sure, 788. It is section 709-020 C. Making sure I have the right one. 5. C5D.
720.
It's under exposed storage areas.
So if you're on 788, it's like the second to last, well, it's the last letter, small d.
And so you're looking for more buffer than the existing planted treed area. And you're trying to buffer the aqueduct itself
No, I'm trying to buffer the truck loading dock.
from the aqueduct.
Yeah, or the street. That's what this calls for. Shall
Right,
be
from the
screened-
street being Bartlett Street at this point, which is
Right. In abutting properties, which
about
is the aqueduct. I mean,
600
people are,
feet away, right?
no, the aqueduct is at the most 200.
Okay, I thought you said and the street.
And the street. It says
But you're trying
street.
to screen it from the aqueduct itself.
Yep. Because people are enjoying their biking, they're walking. And then they'll have the straight view of a truck loading dock area. It's supposed to be a natural area where people relax and walk. But that's the purpose of this bylaw right here, is to screen it from view.
Yeah, I guess at this point with the existing
Wetland.
treed areas and wetlands that are in there. There's a natural area that's grown in between, and we're trying not to disturb that. If you want maples to be evergreens, I think we can work with that.
We had, when we walked the site, we had an overview, like it showed like, I don't know what it was, but it showed that the most of the site has been like cleared and it's scrubby. All the big trees were outside of your property, whether it was near the high school, whether it was in the neighbor's area. There was no really big growth trees in that area. So it's all just weedy scrub.
Rob.
They're there won't be a buffer there.
Yeah, I think historically the site was,
A farm.
previously a farm or something to that effect, and it was cleared. Yeah.
Mhm.
The other thing, I guess, just going back to what's required under the bylaw, the lead into that section says that a landscape buffer shall be required between abutting uses. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
And the buffer shall be planted with grass, shrubs, trees, or a
Yeah.
combination thereof in
Wanna make sure
accordance
I'm
with
in
the
the right-
site plan rule.
In
Yep.
the right place.
Yeah, we're trying to be reasonable, and, it sounds like you definitely want the entire property surrounded by, fence or sound walls and that's your preference, so no one can see it from anywhere.
No, it's not that you can't see it, it's just the buffer. Oh, you'll still see it, it's gonna be 40 feet high.
And
But
I'm not
that's-
saying the building, yeah, so that you can't see anything going on, and that would make it look like a prison ground, frankly, and because it would all be walled off from everyone, and it's fairly impractical. I think there's generous buffers around the entirety of the site, and we're trying to shield, the light and the noise as you guys have made requests for, and, legitimate comments from neighbors, and trying to do so reasonably.
There are 8
think-
trees along an 800-foot on that side of that building. There are 8 trees that are probably 6 feet high along an 800-foot building.
Mhm.
So that doesn't seem too generous.
Well, there's 8 trees along that driveway edge that you're talking about, right?
There's 5, and then you go up further, there's 3 more. But there's none along the truck lot area. That's all I was just going through the 709020 and
Hmm.
there's no buffer there, so.
Again, there is a buffer. There's a large existing vegetated buffer. There's not tall trees in that existing buffer, is what you're saying.
I think if you drew a section to show the line of sight from the aqueduct to the warehouse, there wouldn't be much of a buffer.
And I'm sure if you walk along various points of the aqueduct, there are other things that are visible from the aqueduct.
Yep. They're not under new construction right now, though.
They may not.
But thank you. Yeah, that's all. I
Mhm.
just wanted to bring it out. I don't want to argue.
Yeah, sure. And we can certainly work to add more landscaping. And we
Okay.
can work to, and I think your request about more landscaping on that edge is fine. We can work with that.
Okay.
And as we said, we're trying to be reasonable and work with everything we can. What we're not willing to do is wall off the site.
Nope.
So,
That's not what I was asking.
Well, it seems like in the bylaw, the intent is to screen from view the truck loading area, so it would just have to be enough to screen. It doesn't sound like the current landscaping there accomplishes that, so I guess we just have to figure out what would accomplish that in a reasonable manner.
again, there's a lot of existing vegetation out there. Not all of it is tall vegetation, but there's a lot of existing vegetation out there, and the whole area is grown, is planted. We could seed it with a forest mix on the edge so that you're talking about tall growth coming in. It would be over time. So that you can have tall growth. We can't do it into the wetlands. It's not
Right.
allowed. I don't think anybody wants to see that. And so the wetlands may never have tall trees in it.
I just think a row of spruce trees 6 feet tall. It doesn't have to be side by side because they're gonna grow. We can figure out how far apart they have to be planted if they're 6 feet tall. It could go back to design review. We have a landscape architect on that.
Well, that
And-
is one of the things when you mentioned that we are trying to avoid and trying to move the process forward and not go backwards, to go back to
Okay.
design review and to extend the process. And we are trying to work towards some resolution.
Okay, my idea was 6 foot tall spruce trees along the truck lot, but I'm sure you can ask a landscape architecture how far apart they have to be planted. I'm sure they're not right on top of each other because they will grow. I was just planting a screening. It will also help with the sound.
Okay, so it sounds like though, based on the bylaw, some sort of screening is required there, and it sounds like board members' comments on sentiments on the screening, or
I guess, could I get a better, so there's a strong objection to this from the applicant, and I mean, given the scope and the size of the project, it doesn't seem like it's a big add, especially between the parking lot area for me and the residential area. I mean, is it a financial thing? Is it an aesthetic thing? I'm just trying to understand what your opposition is so strong on this.
In terms of which piece? I'm not sure I'm clear.
I know, so we got off on, plantings and things like that. I'm still back on the wall. And you guys are very much opposed to that, doing some structure, dividing that parking lot from the residential area. And, it is gonna be, there's some distance there, but it isn't, the sound is gonna make its way through there regardless. And that's why I think the sound, I think that our intent here is to protect those neighborhoods who've already been greatly impacted by the growth on Bartlett Street already. And so that's my main goal here, is to make sure that we don't impact those neighborhoods who've already been greatly impacted. And it just, to me, this seems like a small ask for the size of this building and the scope and everything. So am I wrong? I don't know.
So, so a fence that goes above probably 10 feet tall, maybe 8, becomes a structure that is a very, very different component. There is a cost, there is an aesthetic. You're gonna, on either side of it, you're gonna definitely see that structure that is that big. And so, doing that walls off makes you feel like you're in a prison. From the outside looking in, you're going to feel like you're looking at, some sort of secret base or prison wall. When you see it, it's both, a feasibility of the cost size, but also the aesthetic in the end is, we don't think either of those are appropriate for a parking lot. We do recognize the noise and the sound and the light concerns, and we are trying to make commitments to do things that we think will help mitigate that. Is it going to solve every problem in every situation? No. And I think residents, as you said, already hear some of the activity further down the road, in the industrial district, and that's what's here. And we try to leave, I think the requirements, I may have this wrong, from the bylaw, were a 50-foot buffer. We tried to make sure we kept that 100-foot buffer, which is double the requirement. Is it everything, and is it, make the building disappear? Nope. But we are trying to work with you and come up with something that's reasonable. We can add some landscaping, we can do fencing, but a sound wall becomes a structure. And I think most of those pictures that were shown were structural. They have intermediate supports, they're solid, they're usually, even if they're vinyl on the outside, they're probably concrete inside. And it's a very, very significant undertaking.
More significant than a 40-foot high, 800-foot length warehouse that's made out of concrete?
Of course not. No, that's why that's why that wall itself presents a buffer from the residents, where the residents are, to where the truck court is. And that's why that truck court is on the opposite side, the far side from the residents. And
there'll still be backup beepers. And it's so minor compared to the 800 feet of wall to put up a 15-foot glorified fence.
It seems like these other projects are doing it, so there must be some sort of value or way to figure it out. It doesn't seem, if all these other projects are able to accommodate that, I don't know why this case would be different where it can't accommodate that.
if you have a truck dock that backs up to a residential, a residence, I'm sure there are more significant walls that will provide separation.
Is there a preference over, is there the berm or a sound wall, or not even the 15-foot high berm is of interest?
Well, I don't think the 15-foot high berm isn't feasible, because then you're cutting down and going further into the existing wooded area to take down existing trees to build up a berm and then try to replant it. I don't think that's in anyone's best interest. I think there is a bit of a berm and a cut to keep the parking lot down lower in certain areas, and we certainly want to take advantage of that.
We looked at the berm, like there weren't a lot. It's very scattered trees. It's not like a row of trees. There's a lot of scrub. The berm is in certain areas. Like I said, it's up 7 or 8 feet, and then there's no berm at all. I mean, I could go back out, or someone can go back out and take pictures, but
Well, the berm that's there today, because the parking lot's gonna sit lower than some of the areas that are there today.
yep, the berm will be 7 to 8 feet higher than the parking lot. Only in one area. There's a couple 100 feet where it's level.
I'm gonna take one public comment because his hand's been up for a long time, and I know he's in a butter. Jack Wickstead, did you have something you wanted to say there?
Yeah, Jack Wickstead, 2 Sturpert Lane. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. Appreciate the work that the planning board's putting into this. You know, this is a 150,000 square foot building. And I know the Gutierrez company keeps saying that they're making efforts to be respectful for the neighbors, but as far as I can tell, you know, they've made 0 efforts really to be respectful to the neighbors. You know, recognizing that this building goes within 100 feet of residential property. You know, Mrs. Kim is within 275 feet. The parking lot is actually below the residential elevations, so we're going to be looking, you know, down into this. You know, the Federal Highway Administration does not recognize vegetation as sound buffer. That's why we have sound walls on highways, because the Federal Highway Administration recognizes that vegetation is not a sound buffer. I don't know how many parking spots are in that parking lot, but I think it's around 150, if I'm not mistaken. That's an enormous parking lot. I mean, that alone is a sizable problem for the people who live here. I mean, that 150 parking lot, 150-foot square parking lot is probably what, an acre? And we're going to have snow plows in and out of there to make sure that it's ready for the business to run. And those snow plows are going to be plowing in the middle of the night. You know, I think it's really, really, really just unreasonable for the company not to recognize that the sound of their operation in that parking lot is going to impact the neighbors. We're not asking for much here. We're asking for a sound wall so that we can coexist. You know, the Amazon property at the top of the hill sold for $150 million. I mean, this is very valuable warehouse property for this company. And I just think in the grand scheme of this project that they're just being really, really unreasonable about the cost of a couple 100 feet of sound wall so that we can coexist with them. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Jack.
Another note too that I've heard from other neighborhoods near industrial properties is like when the night shift comes in at 3 o'clock in the morning and people are in the parking lot talking and you hit your car beeper, beep, beep, you know, to lock it. There are a lot of sounds that can happen in a parking lot.
Okay, additional board thoughts on this. So we have 2 items we're working through. We're talking about the option of either a sound wall or fence. And then we're talking about, if it appears to be required by bylaws, either way, some sort of buffer between the, or screening between the loading dock and the aqueduct street, etc. Why don't we start with the fence / berm / sound wall? Board thoughts on that?
I'm in agreement with a fence, whether it's 15 feet or goes up to, 12, 13 feet. I think that that's a reasonable amount between the residential and the building itself. I do think the building does provide some barrier on the truck side, but again, we also need to provide some barrier between the aqueduct and the visual part, because that is all scrub in there.
Okay, so when you say whatever height you listed, is that in your mind, that's a regular fence, not a sound wall?
Not a sound wall there.
But a fence.
Mm-hmm.
Other thoughts?
Which I think will help with some.
So I think the wall needs to be impervious. And so I think, and like Mr. White said, that once you get to a certain height, it does become structural. And I think it's just the nature of, the size of that. Not being a structural engineer, I don't know where that line is, but again, I think to back up Mr. Wickstead, I think it's a very small ask for the size and scope of this project. And also based upon some of the other projects that have taken place on that road.
So you're looking for a fence, doesn't necessarily have to be a sound wall, but the height is important to you, or what's the height?
The height and being impervious, so that, it's gonna block light, it's gonna block sound. I don't know what that is, but I think I don't know what the difference is between a wall at 12 to 15 feet is between that and a sound wall. If there's such a difference.
Okay, other thoughts from board members on that?
I think, sorry.
I want to make sure that we're setting the right expectation here. So, a 40-foot high building is going to block just as much sound as a 40-foot high sound wall, right? So the beep, beep, beeps of the truck, whether that's gonna be blocked by the building, blocked by the sound wall, or not blocked at all. That's, I don't think you're going to change that. Same thing with the light coming from the trucks, but I do think the parking lot needs some type of, buffer for, incidental sounds like Mr. Wickstead said, especially at night, 3 a.m. somebody comes out and, unlocks their car. That's going to be heard. I also understand that, where the sound wall is a structure, especially when you get a little bit of wind. So that's going to really have to be built up. I don't know if that's really the answer, but I think we really need to concentrate on the parking lot and the noises in the parking lot, because you're not going to change the noises in the distribution side. Whether it's, like I said, a 40-foot sound wall is going to be dampen just as much sound as a 40-foot building.
Okay, so I don't think so correct me if I'm wrong. I'm only thinking this is for the parking lot area. Were the board members thinking this was carrying across the distance of the building or just the parking lot?
So I think there's two components, right? So there's the buffer zone in the front, which candidly is not as important to me as a buffer zone or something, a barrier between that parking lot and the residential area. If there's some give and take, I would give a little bit on the front buffer than on the side to the residential area.
So, but the fence piece, whether it's a fence or sound wall, so forget the buffer in between the aqueduct, just in terms of the fence piece or whatever that looks like. Where is the board only talking about the parking lot, not the full distance of the building? It was not my understanding that we're talking about the full distance of the building.
Yes. No. For me, it's just a parking lot. Yep. And I think to Amy's earlier point, there's that retention basin. The fence only went up so far. I think, if we can work out a deal with the fire chief of having some sort of a gate there, because that literally is an open corridor. There's nothing breaking that up between the parking lot and the residential area.
Okay, then the separate component was the front area, the visual screening piece of it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So Bill, does that impact what you had in mind, or were you envisioning even a greater wall for the building, or you also were just thinking parking lot?
I'm just thinking about the parking lot. Like I said, okay. I think, where they have the trucks going in on the back side of that building, there's no residence on that side. So you've got the 40-foot building there blocking whatever sound you can, whatever light you can. Mm-hmm. Keep in mind too, that I was just looking at the dimensions, and the building actually goes down 10 feet from where the aqueduct is. So as far as the street is concerned, that's almost, to the top of the loading docks. If you're looking straight out from the street, you'd only be seeing the top of the loading docks, because you'd be looking at the level of the aqueduct.
Okay, so what's the elevation in the front there?
The aqueduct is at 286 and the building itself is at 276. So there's actually a downhill from the aqueduct to the building itself. So the visibility that Amy was mentioning from the street is reduced a little bit by the aqueduct itself.
Okay, Amy, does that change your,
No, because you can still see it from the aqueduct. And that's that's a Northborough trail that's open for the public. And I do think there should be a buffer there of trees. And I do think there should be a sound wall in the parking lot. And I think it's a fence that, just like Anthony said, is impervious. As long as
So,
it's,
when you
it's-
say sound wall, it doesn't necessarily, if it's an impervious fence at X height, is that a sound wall to you or?
as long as it qualifies, that's what it looked, when I looked at those pictures, some of those pictures look vinyl, it might be thicker. It probably has to be thicker to like be structurally sound. But as long as it's impervious and sounds are not getting through and light is not getting through, then I think that would solve the problem. Or at least help a little bit. I don't think it's going to solve the problem. I don't think anything will.
And Millie, your thoughts, you were in favor of the visual screening in the front.
Mhm.
Okay. So for me, I do think we need some sort of screening there because that is one of our trails that go in front of there. I'm not married to what that looks like, but I think there needs to be beyond just even if it sounds like, Bill, you brought up a good point that maybe it's not, that we have a little bit of distance covered, but if we round that out, I think it'd be an improvement there. For the wall with the parking lot, to me, none of what I'm looking at looks more than a glorified fence. So I don't know if there's a way that we could, if it's 5 feet in width of concrete, I'm not looking for the applicant to go over the top of something, but what I'm seeing looks like a glorified fence. So I don't know if there's a way, maybe we can work through, I don't know, anyone that, Lori, do we know any other projects in the area that has used a sound fence that we could kind of get a read on what that looks like so we understand how significant it is or isn't?
I know of none. The only sound walls I'm familiar with are the ones adjacent to highways.
In Holliston, they're doing a 30-foot high earthen berm with a fence on top and 200 trees because they're near a residential neighborhood. So that's what they're using for their sound walls, an earthen berm.
Okay, so, okay, so putting that aside, on the applicant side, how far are you willing to go? What's your point?
So if we're understanding where we're at and kind of use that reference sketch as reference, as we understand where you want the fence or the wall, whatever we're going to refer to it as, is around the parking area. I think, we're committed to doing a solid fence. That's what we've indicated, is that it would be solid. In the case of like sound wall, I don't know that it meets sound wall specifications, but we're talking about a solid fence so that we keep screening in place. We can look at how high we can reasonably go with that. I understand, I think it was Amy who said there's a 7-foot minimum in town. And we can try to increase the size of that fence. And then I think in how we looked at it, we thought your request was some more screening along the edge of Bartlett Street. And we were proposing adding planting there, but there's a line of existing trees that we don't plan on disturbing and we would retain. We would increase the plantings along the edge of the driveway into the site so that you get that more of that buffer view from, or buffered view from the aqueduct.
Okay,
So
so-
increase the plantings there and commit to the solid panel fence.
So Amy, if you stop sharing for a second, because I just want us
Oh,
to
sure,
all
sorry.
reference, let's see. I think this is is this the latest reference sketch right here that I'm looking at?
I believe that's the one and only.
Okay, great. So this is the area that we're talking about a fence, and then we talked about possibly like some sort of gate here. What is the elevation? What elevation are we looking at here that we would pick the height? So in terms of like, rather than just throw out a number, like whether it's 7 or 15 or whatever. Amy, what made you pick 15 when you were thinking about 15?
I did, when I first thought of it, I knew, but this is 288 feet. This is 275. And I was trying to block some of the lights from the cars coming up here and the trucks coming up here. I picked 15. I can't remember. I had the thought out in my head when I thought of it like a month ago.
And then for the applicant, you picked 6. So was there something that made you pick 6 that you in your
So
experience?
we're looking at screening that parking lot from adjacent views from providing a barrier there. And so most of your cars and your people are gonna be 6 feet or lower. The parking lot is, as Amy said, ranges from like 274 to 280, and some of the land around it with the berm is up around 287, 286. 283. So you've got, 3 to 5, 7, 8 feet bermed up in some of that area, and you put a fence on top of that. You're creating some barrier, and you're certainly not gonna see what's going on in there, and hopefully that's gonna shield a lot of the sound too.
Okay, and then for the screening, Amy, which area are you referring to for, I know you can't use, so you're
Right.
talking about,
I just have a question on the fence, like the way the red fence is written, that's not following the berm, because the berm like
Just a
winds.
generic line at this point. It can follow,
Okay.
yeah.
Because I didn't know if you were planning, if it was 15 feet would be on the parking lot, but if it was following the berm, then there were places that I thought you only needed like 7 feet. It all depends on which route you're gonna take. There's a bunch of trees as you cross the aqueduct. There's 5 trees right there. There are maples. I was hoping they could be evergreens because those will be losing their leaves. And then as you go up further along the truck lot, that's what our bylaw calls for, is the truck lot area to be screened. That whole area there up top, there's nothing along the edge.
There's no new plantings. It's all existing, whatever's in the wetlands and that existing ground between the aqueduct.
okay, so Amy, you're up in here now?
Yep, and down a little further where there's also another opening. See, there's like 5 trees, then there's 1, then you could add a couple more in there, and then you could add some along the truck lot.
Okay, so primarily we're right in here.
Yep.
And so this is a bump out of, what is this, just extra? So the trees that we have planned to kind of stop, and then is this primarily the section you're talking about, Amy, this empty
Yes.
section?
It looks like a guardrail. Is that a guardrail?
It is.
Okay. Okay, so looking at that, I mean, this does seem suddenly empty. I'm not sure why. You thought, I'm sorry, just, Mr. Weiss, you thought this was existing vegetation here. I
Right,
guess,
there's a lot of existing vegetation, and I don't think we want to be removing vegetation to plant vegetation. We, you know, if the area is not disturbed, we don't want to disturb it. But I understand Amy's point about you know, the existing vegetation is lower growth.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's kind of what you see in the picture there to the right where there's very little. It's definitely scrubby.
Yeah, that
Okay.
picture is of the aqueduct area, which is the trail section. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. A lot of that area is kind of open field, kind of.
Mhm.
okay, so whether it's prescribed as 6 trees or whatever the case, are you open to doing something here?
Yeah, I think David Robinson, our engineer and site guy, is on. Would we have a problem planting in there? I don't see any grading, so it's not an area of disturbance very much.
I'd have to look at it closer. You know, I think if you held the landscaping pretty tight to the back of the guardrail, as you said, there's not a graded slope except for the right-hand side there. That might be an issue. But for the left half, you know, I think you could. I'd have to look at it further, you know, depending on the size of the plantings and the grade of that existing slope. I don't think that's
I think
possible.
we can certainly look at adding more plantings along that edge.
All right, back to the fence piece. It sounds like the primary concern is figuring out a height that is adequate, that isn't excessive to create or to install, or whatever the case, but at least blocks sound and light in a reasonable manner. So we have a couple of different options. It sounds like number one, a berm is not one of them. Is that true so far?
Well, there is a berm that's there, but we're not getting 15 or 30 feet. You're getting, you know, somewhere between, what was it, 5, 7, or 8 feet. of
Yeah,
berm.
7, 8
Yeah.
max.
It's 8 at the
Okay.
maximum.
8 at the
Okay.
max. Yep.
And so even getting up higher than that is not, it's too difficult. You have to pull in land, and it sounded like building on that was not an option. Okay. So then we have, if it's impervious and if we agree on height, Amy, are you bound to it being specifically a sound wall, or does that sound like that would accomplish what we want to accomplish?
I think the fence has to be impervious, like some of the fences, like if you go to, like, say, in our yard, the vinyl fences have spaces in between the panels, but what was shown on the sound wall fence is there's no space there. So it's like impervious. So like if you poured water through it, it couldn't get through. I
So
think
in
that,
your experience in development, do you know of fences that have that kind of impervious quality that would solve this without necessarily?
I asked around and I was told it could be done. Even from local landscapers. Could create a fence where there was no pervious areas. And the reason why I was thinking 15 feet high too was because when the trucks come up from the road, a lot of them have those lights on the top. They're like 13 feet high up off the ground. On top of the cab, they have those yellow lights. So they're going to be shining coming up and down the road all night long. Unless there are hours of operation and they're not allowed to go up all night long.
I think the problem with one of the issues with the 15-foot high fence, in addition to, you know, the visual impact, is that there are areas along that long face of the parking lot that are within or very close to, say, the 35-foot no disturb buffer. And so when you install something that's that tall, the wind load against it is going to be such that it's going to require a substantial footing, and it's going to require more disturbance in that area. So I think just from a practical standpoint of not wanting to get into that buffer area and disturb the wetlands there, a fence of that height just doesn't seem practical or feasible, really.
What about building up the firm, the berm is 7 feet max. What if the berm gets built up to 7 feet all the way across, not 15 feet? And then you put the 7-foot fence on top of that.
I think there might be, an area, and Dave Robinson can chime in here. I think along the short side of the fence, there may be an opportunity to berm that area up. And I say that because the wetlands are far in that location. And so I think it
I
looks
think
like.
we're actually already there on that edge. Because yeah, I see it's 280, 287, looks like the
Yeah.
grades were already there.
Closer to the warehouse where it's level.
Yeah, if I could real quick, as you can see, the wetlands kind of jog in near where we have that little landscaped area that juts into the parking lot with the 2 trees. If you start to grade out a berm there, you're going to be chasing that slope down that steep existing slope into the wetlands, into the 25-foot no disturb. And don't forget, there's riverfront in there, there's existing NHESP, and we're also proposing part of our CR area.
Right, but David, just to jump in on that as well, and just looking at the plan, if you zoom in on that, you're up at 283 at the top of the berm, and the parking lot's down at 276.
Yeah, so you have that
275.
7 to 8 foot buffer.
You're almost there. It's gonna weave a little bit up and down, but it looks like you're between a 7-foot fence and a 7-foot berm, you're there. Where it gets a little difficult is because of the access around the back of the building. We're not gonna have a berm because we have to maintain access.
What about the parking spaces closest to the building? Because you have 150 parking spaces, but you only are required to have 101. What if you cut out those parking spaces near the building and then you build the berm up there with the fence?
Yeah, from a usability, and we've kind of gone through this and pressed users and the people that represent the tenants. The number of parking spaces is really critical. But I understand the concern with, the 2 or 3 parking spaces that are right there at the end of the fence. We can look at that.
So, but either way, this needs to be open for was the fire chief had that requirement? So you
Yep.
can't have the berm, so what I'm understanding is being said is there can't be a berm there no matter what.
Right, there can't be a berm, but I believe what was just being asked is whether or not if you eliminate the parking spaces, there are at least no car pulling into a space with headlights shining.
Oh, gotcha, yep. Okay. All right.
And I would think you wouldn't want a car parked there anyways, because the fire trucks have to be able to get through. So it's fire access.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I don't think they'd be coming in that.
Yeah, I'm
way.
not sure that that's a fire truck access. It's just a person access route. And equipment and materials. But again, yeah.
Okay, so how does the board feel about a blend of berm and fence?
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I think it would work. We'll see what they can come back with.
Anyone not like that idea? For the applicant, does that sound something that's more doable to split the berm and fence? Or I guess you have to check this, Mr. Robinson brought up this area. It sounds like it may be there almost, but.
It looks like we're there already with the grading. It's just that it may not be exactly, if you're adding the 2 together. Exactly, the fence may go up and down a little bit as you go around with the grading, but it's pretty darn close to 7 and 7, 14 feet around.
Okay, why don't we, as we head up on 9, why don't we take a 10-minute break?
I just want to ask one quick question
Oh, sure.
before we go, while we're talking about this. So it sounds like you're talking to tenants and you're going to need 150 spaces. So that makes the fence even more important. Who are your possible tenants since you have a possible use? What type of
So
tenant?
we're not talking to tenants directly. We're talking to people who represent tenants, the brokers. And they're telling us that the requirements for the market is to have the 150 spaces, which I think is within your, the town's bylaw requirements of 1 space per 1,000 square feet. So that's what we're told in terms of marketability and ability to bring a tenant to the building. So we don't have a user.
I've gone down to 301 a couple times, and it's amazing how much parking is there, and there's always like 10 cars. Like,
Yeah, I
it's
agree.
sad that you have to put so much parking there if you're really not going to use it, because then you could do a lot more and have a lot more protection with landscaping.
Okay, why don't we take a 10-minute break, let everyone refresh, and then come back at 9:10 to continue our conversation. Does that sound good? Okay. All right, 9:10, we'll be right back. Okay, it looks like we are getting everyone back. Millie, are you back on?
I am.
Okay, great. Lori's there. Okay, great. Looks like the applicant is heading back. Scott, are you back on?
I am here.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
All right, so we're back. It sounds like for these next couple of items, we may not have the final language, but we seem to have some sort of general consensus. Do we agree that we have some sort of solution, possible solution at hand?
Sounded close to me.
So we can go back if you want. So hold on, I'll share my screen again. Okay, so this should be the same thing we're just looking at. We talked about in this area, if possible, 7-foot berm, 7-foot fence. Consideration of if these parking spots can go or not. Didn't sound like that was a critical item, but that was something of consideration. And then looking over in this area, some sort of screening over here. That's where I believe we last left.
Or a gate there, like,
Well, we couldn't put the gate because you can't build the berm there.
okay.
Well, Lori, if the fire chief, well, no, he's not gonna climb up a berm to get in there. So I guess he wants access specifically. Is that what the conversation was about? He wants, what is not necessarily a truck, but he wants access in there. Okay.
Right. Yeah, I don't think we'll have a berm there. I think what we talked about is we're gonna look to remove 3 spots from that location. 3 parking spots.
Okay.
And if you do that, can you put in the gate then? And he can walk through the gate, because that would stop the sound.
So, yeah, I don't know the answer to that. Israel, do you think that is something the
I
fire
don't think that-
department would be receptive to a gate there? That's,
the only, in my experience, the only types of gates that I've seen to sort of restrict access are things that, are like bars that either go up or can be, crossed through. So
open.
yeah, something, I doubt that the chief will be open to, a kind of fence that a truck would have to bust through if they had to get back there, or obviously the truck wouldn't be going there, but equipment and firefighters, for example, so.
Right, they're not gonna climb up a berm.
I mean, maybe if we could just get feedback from the chief, I think that would be reasonable.
So Lori, would you mind communicating this to the fire chief? Is that something we can do? Or are you, if you're already?
Sure, no problem.
Hey, Carrie, I could chime in a little bit. I've talked to the chief in the past about gates and things, and it's really not his preference to have something that his firefighters have to unlock or open up or could be blocked somehow. What they're trying to get there, I believe, is firemen's access. They may be pulling a hose, they may be carrying equipment, and the quicker they can get around the building, the better they can do their job. I believe his preference would not to be to have a gate there if it's at all possible.
Okay.
How
So
about,
Maybe
would-
the question becomes then, do we have to ask the chief how wide of an area does he need to get through there?
Mm-hmm.
or that, or could you possibly, and I don't know the elevation there, but could you just follow the contour of that, right, that, way, where the, whatever we're calling it, road or throughway, could you just extend it and follow it just until you get to the building?
Curve it around.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense.
what do you mean? It does do that.
The
No,
fence.
the walkway does, but the fence doesn't. Curve the fence around to block, yeah.
exactly,
Yep.
exactly that.
There's also access that's required, maintenance access that's required around that berm. You can
Yeah,
sort of
that area is not bermed to the same area. That is a detention pond. So, yeah, let us look at that because we can gate the access for the maintenance for the detention pond. I believe that's fine as long as we don't block the fire department.
Got it. Okay,
The-
so go ahead. Sorry, Fred.
The fire chief also was adamant about snow removal operations need to maintain that open at all times. So they've got to have a place to put the snow when they clear that pathway, if you will. So the fence can't inhibit the snow removal of that area as well. So there's a couple of factors to consider if you're going to extend. I think extending the fence a little ways may be fine, but you need to be cognizant of the snow removal process as well.
Would you be pushing the snow into that, you're basically pushing it into that retention area anyways, wouldn't you? I mean, that would.
Not from the parking lot. That's not allowed.
Right.
It depends on the snowfall, actually. It could be something done with a sweeper. It could be something done with a snow blower, but it really shouldn't be stored in the basin itself.
Right, not from the parking lot anyway, right, Fred?
Right.
Right.
Okay.
I guess my point being is you could, the snow wouldn't be something that would inhibit doing something there, whether you gated it or whatever to get to that retention area.
No, what I was referring to is the fence might prohibit the proper removal of the snow.
From the throughway. Okay,
Yes, from the pathway that they need to maintain for the fire department.
I hear you.
Okay. So it seems like we have some sort of consensus with those two items. So oops, I'm gonna stop sharing for a second. Amy, did you have anything else there, or can I go back to sharing what we were looking at?
I think there was just one last thing. And
Okay.
then you can go back to sharing, because these were all the conditions that I had put on. Let me just go down. And I think it agreed to it, was modify the site plan for, add a total of 10-foot evergreen trees, 5 to the east side, 5 to the west. It was just a small addition, but they were okay with it.
Oh, wait, so this was in the markup, or so are you saying that? Oh, so does that note in all caps means that you're actually not okay with it? I couldn't tell. This was just marked in red in my markup.
Yeah,
No,
it
I
was
think
just
that comment was, that did not apply. We've already addressed that previously,
Yeah.
so.
And the comments in caps were just comments. And it's not commented off to the side as you have it. You know, it does per 709-303. Yeah, it's just a comment statement, but we have it in there anyway. The question really is on that front is whether, you know, when looking at the vegetation along Bartlett Street that isn't being disturbed, I'm not sure that there's a lot of places to, I mean, we can add trees in there, but I'm not sure you need a lot of that. There's a lot of existing trees along the edge and some of it's pretty scrubby. And you
Yeah.
have to dig that out to plant in, plant some trees.
But
We can do it. We're ready to do it. That's,
Amy, did you have something specific, an area in mind that?
No, because as you get further to the east, there's a lot of trees down there, but right around the driveway area is where it's pretty wide open, like we showed on the site plan. So just adding some trees to the east and the west would add more of a buffer.
Okay,
And they already agreed that they would do it, so.
okay. So do you want me to go back? Is that all for you, Amy? Okay. All right, so the next one, there looks like no edits to the erosion. Laurie, it looks like you had a comment of this one. Was this already submitted? or Fred, was this our, were you just, was your comment just related to whether or not Fred would be the one to certify this, or?
So Fred was gonna double check to see who submitted the statement.
Oh, okay, so this is just part of the submission then, we just need to verify? All right, looks like no edits to it either way, okay. No edits to the next one. No edits to hours of operation related to construction. Now this one, I was actually curious why you removed this one. So you've removed the line about construction equipment should be, just have silencing, etc. Curious to hear more on why you removed that.
It's really just because we don't control every piece of equipment that's on the site. We'll certainly comply with the noise bylaws and will include, equipment to be reasonably muffled and, but I'm actually not familiar with skirts are, and so, we'll certainly conform with the bylaw, but I've not encountered any such requirement like mufflers and skirts before, and not even sure I know every piece of construction equipment comes equipped with that kind of equipment.
So, Lori, we put this on the high school decision, correct?
Correct.
And so what, was this something that you had recommended at the time or have context for, or?
I think this was one of Amy's suggestions.
Right,
Okay.
I took it off of other warehouses that have been built. And they had construction and equipment shall be outfitted with silencing equipment. And then we added it to the high school and they didn't care. I was told, I asked a couple people about it, that it's pretty normal to have on construction equipment.
Let's see. So what we're trying to accomplish here is to make sure that there's not excessive noise during construction. So do we have instances where we can accomplish this? Is it just through our noise bylaw, or? Thoughts from the board on this one?
I know like on cars, they're inspected and they have to have, mufflers and everything else on them. Aren't these vehicles, don't they follow the same for DOT? I mean, as long as they follow DOT regulations, I don't know that we have anything else we can say about it on a town level.
Other board thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I'm not really that familiar with these requirements, so I'm assuming just following what DOT requirements would be expected.
Attorney Janeski, is there anything you can think of that would help achieve what this particular condition is, which is really just making sure that we don't have all of a sudden construction noise that's, excessive noise coming from the trucks or anything that they're building there?
Madam Chair, I think the issues have been noted, and that if the language is to comply with the applicable regulatory provisions, that to me would be more encompassing than specifying particular equipment that may or may not be included on every vehicle or piece of construction apparatus that could conceivably be at the site.
Okay.
So I think this is another example probably of the editing process that I spoke of earlier. It seems to me that the representation from the applicant is to comply with whatever is the applicable regulatory scheme, and I think we could certainly modify the language to match that.
Could we include some sort of language that just says if there is excessive, that at least the residents have a mechanism to help get mitigation through whether it's the police or whoever, or does that make sense or not?
something that is perhaps implicit, but you could include as maybe a general provision here or elsewhere is the or requirement rather to have the ability of residents to report during the activity that the mitigation is not effective, and to have a response prepared by the contractor, et cetera, to address those concerns. In other words, a notice and response provision.
Yeah.
So does anyone feel strongly about keeping this language?
I just think if there's a way, something somewhat enforceable to mitigate a problem if one arises, that it's just, part of the site plan.
So this one maybe can be labeled for Attorney Dineski's edit too. Like he said, he was gonna go through them all.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And for the applicant, it sounds like that's fine taking that out, but we're just trying to figure out some way to fine tune that a little bit so that if there is some sort of issue, that there's a mechanism to fix it without being as prescriptive as mufflers and skirts, etc.
Right. And I appreciate the comment, and for everyone's benefit, I mean, obviously, the first condition is that we comply with all the town codes and regulations and everything, which are enforced, I believe, by the zoning enforcement officer as the building inspector. And if anyone does have a complaint, I think if not to call Lori or Fred, be to call the building inspector, and that would be relayed to us, and we have to comply. If we're out of compliance, we need to correct the situation. I think as Attorney Dineski said, that's implicit in, your decisions anyway, but as you get more explicit about that process, we understand that.
Okay. So this one looked fine, the dumpster. The only change here was as needed. I was also curious as to why you wouldn't just have that on site in general.
Well, it's just when work first begins, until you have some actual ongoing work, you may not have a porta-john on site. Once you have a building in place, there may be inside restroom services available. There, you don't need a porta-john on site any longer, but you may still be under construction at that point. So it's really just an as needed is the idea. This is, as you used the term just a moment ago, Madam Chair, was, prescriptive. We just don't want to say, okay, the job is the last 6 months, there's a restroom inside the building, but we have to maintain a porta-john outside because our approval says we have to.
Got it. Okay. Anyone care about any board members opposed? Okay.
Nope.
Nope.
Similar. Oh, go ahead. Does someone have something? No. Okay. This was a small change too, but just curious as to why the water truck was changed to shall be available instead of shall be present. Any logic behind that change?
Same exact kind of process is that, this sort of implies that a water truck is just sitting there waiting all the time. And we certainly want to have the water truck available if there's a dust issue or blasting. And we want to be able to have it responsive, but there's some times where they're on site and then they're at another site and then they come back, and the present just implies it's sitting there even when not in use.
Okay. Any issues for board members on that change?
I do not.
Okay. Looks like the next section, prior to issuance of a building permit, looks like nothing there. Water and sewer.
Actually, Carrie, can we go back to the water truck for a second?
Oh, yeah, sure.
I do sort of have an issue with that. And the only reason why is one of the things we've been talking about all along is how close you are to residential areas. Now, come springtime, summertime, fall time, people are going to want to be outside. And if there's any dust kicked up, you know, if the truck isn't there to put the water on the dust, then it's gonna get kicked up and it's gonna get, you know, into their yards, into their faces during construction, because you're doing it during the day, which is when people want to get out. So I'm a little concerned about that being so close. If you were, you know, if your adjacent property was an industrial property, I wouldn't have a problem with it. But your adjacent properties are residential properties, and you've already identified that, you know, they're 200 yards away. So I'm a little concerned with that one.
So, and I appreciate that if it's, you know, the difference in in the text as written is when earth movement or blasting activities occur at the project site, a water truck shall be present. You know, period. If it's lightly raining out, a water truck shall be present on site. If it's, you know, cold and not dusty, or if the ground's already wet, under the term the water truck should be present, the water truck has to always be present, regardless of the actual conditions that are in place there. And that's part of the reason changing it to available, because there aren't, whenever there's earth moving activities, there's not always going to be a need for a water truck. So how do we, I don't want to have the obligation of having a water truck sitting there 24/7. Well, it's not 24/7, 7/7. You know, if a water truck isn't needed. We understand your concern, so it's really just how do we work the language so it's not a condition that doesn't mean what you guys want it to mean.
So
And
maybe.
I would also say that, you know, if you continue that sentence, there isn't a period there. And it says, and water shall be sprayed onto the ground. Right? So you can't have water being sprayed onto the ground if the truck is only available and not present. So I would think if you wanted to change it to available, you would have changed the rest of that sentence. You can't put water on the ground on a truck that's only available and not present.
So
As frequently as necessary to minimize dust.
what if you say water truck shall be present when conditions require it or warrant it? Because so it sounds like what you're saying, Scott, is that when it rains, there's no need for it because the conditions solve the problem. There's no need for a water truck.
Right.
Would that help?
So we can do that. A water truck will be, you know, present when conditions,
Or
you know,
whatever.
require it
Maybe
for
that's
dust
right.
mitigation. Sure.
I do think though, if it runs into a problem, it needs to be present all the time. Like there needs to be some sort of, because I agree with Bill, and we have a lot of dust problems with sites around town. And that dust really covers their houses and their yards. And I'd be concerned with anything that's, again, subjective, where we think, well, it's needed, and they think, well, it's not needed. So I don't know how you get around that.
Well, if there's similar to the other one, if there's a complaint, would Bob go down and say, all right, you guys need to have the water truck on site, this is getting out of hand? Like, is that the process?
Yes,
would
that's
be-
typically the process. So we would receive a complaint and then we would investigate. And if we were to agree that there's a problem, we would tell them that they had to bring the water truck and ameliorate the dust.
I know from some of these other neighborhoods, sometimes it's a weekend. So, you know, and they're told, well, someone will come out on Monday or Tuesday. That's just my only concern. I know in the weekend too, it would go to the police department.
Is the school going to be having a project going on at the same time? Do they have these requirements?
So they're only allowed to work on Saturday. There's no work allowed on Sunday. So, I mean, certainly I've received calls on the weekends, especially if they come through the police department. In which case the developer would be whoever the point person is. So usually it's the construction supervisor. They would be notified.
Carrie, I
Yes.
think this might actually fall to myself and or the conservation agent who is going to administer the land disturbance permit. It's one of the things that we would control through the post-construction and the during construction activities. It may be something that if they don't want to keep the water truck on site, they need to, make sure it can get to the site within a reasonable amount of time when requested to do so. What I want to avoid is going out to the site saying you need to do something about the dust, because there are other options besides a water truck. There is calcium chloride that they can put down to help maintain the dust level. So there are some other options. We just tell them they have to deal with the dust. What we don't want to run into is a situation where the truck is, depending on who the contractor is, the contractor could be someone from New Hampshire who has to send to New Hampshire for a truck. So we want to be able to have a appropriate response time for getting that truck on site, especially if it's a Friday afternoon, say, and it's the dead of the summer and things are dusty. So why don't you leave it open and I'll work with Attorney Dineski and Laurie, and we'll come up with some language. I'll make sure that it's similar to what will ultimately be in the land disturbance permit as well. It's typically handled in the earthwork permit also. So my experience is many times the water truck is on site, but I can understand their concern about having to have it on site all the time while activities are happening. So I think we can work with it, but I would like a chance to wordsmith that condition a little bit to be reasonable for both sides.
Okay, does that sound like that would work for everybody? Something that, so obviously meets the goal that it doesn't have to be present all the time, but also something that can be there if there's a problem. Does that work for you, Scott?
Yeah.
Bill, does that work for your concern?
Yep.
Okay. Great. So let's see, we're back down to the nothing with the water fee, nothing about the tests, water and sewer services, hydrants look like nothing, nothing significant. Okay, so the change here was not, so buildings shall not use oil for heating purposes is the change. I guess the point was to not use oil, so does that satisfy what we were trying to get at, or are there other things we would want it to be?
I would defer to Fred because that's a groundwater thing where they say not oil. Is there anything else that could be usually they say shall be heated with natural gas because they don't want oil.
I believe that when we went to the groundwater advisory committee initially, the applicant agreed that they were going to heat it with natural gas or electricity. The goal was to avoid oil.
Okay, so they've changed this though to the edit is now the building shall not use oil for heating purposes. Does that accomplish the goal that this original statement had? As long as they don't use oil, that's really what we cared about.
Yes. I mean, there are only so many options, but unless they're going to do solar, in which case I wouldn't have a problem with that either.
Well, are there any other options we don't want? So out of all the
No.
options,
No.
Yeah,
Alright.
as Fred just indicated, I mean, that was our thinking too, is we don't want to be locked into only those two choices. We understand we don't want oil there, so we're agreeable to not oil. But who knows, 10 years down the line, maybe there is a field of solar panels on the roof and that's how you're heating the building.
Got it.
And if somebody says, well, you're not in compliance with the decision, I don't think that's anybody's interest.
Okay. So this next one was changed to be more detailed and stood out to me as last time we spent the effort to be more specific. So we narrowed down to gray just to say, let's keep it easy and make it gray. So I'm curious to know what made you bump that out to the expansion here. anything for your edit, if you could just clarify.
We did a couple of things here in our edits where we said it's the facade side of the building that faces the residential properties that was going to be changed. And the reason we changed it from gray to some other neutral color, I know you guys settled on gray. I'm not sure gray is going to be the least obtrusive color. And we're happy to go with a, you know, lighter tan woodish color or something like that, you know, blends in a little better than maybe a gray even would.
Okay, so wouldn't that be weird to have one side of the building be gray and the rest be, but I guess the board's concern was to have like that stark white with the blue strip. If that was the plan to make it that just seemed so sharp in the,
Yes.
so would that be a gray on one side and the rest is that white and blue?
That would be our intent. We actually, we think it is stark. We think it's attractive for, as compared to a lot of other industrial buildings. We think it's a you know, a good, attractive looking building that we've delivered. So we wanted to keep with that appearance. And again, the side that the residency we would use for a different color. I'm sure Amy will talk about the view from the aqueduct as well, but we think it's an attractive building in a neighborhood of buildings that look similar and will have a relationship to them.
I was actually going to say the back towards Stirrup Brook Trail. Not
Well,
Amherst, not
that
there,
is the
but-
side where the Stirrup Brook Trail is as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know it goes the side where the neighbors are, and then the trail curves around the back. But I was fine
Right.
with the side that the neighbors are at.
Okay, so board thoughts on that? Everyone fine?
Yep. I'm fine with that.
So are we saying it's just the back of the building that we're addressing, or are we doing it the
Hold on, I'm gonna just pull this up again to make sure I understand too, because that sounds a little funky to me, and so maybe I'm not understanding what you mean.
Right,
was
I would
the-
agree that normally we would think that would sound a little funky, except I don't think anybody will actually see that backside of the building. For the most part, because it is through the woods and a fair distance at that point.
Okay. So, we're talking like anything like facing this way, so from here all the way down, like end to end is the gray, and then side walls in front is the white and blue, is that what you're saying?
That's correct, and actually, there's a little like dashed reddish curved line from where we were talking, the little notch at the top of your screen.
Oh,
We
okay. Yeah.
probably weren't gonna paint that little notch gray. We'd keep that in context with the rest of the building. I do think the trail spurs off a little further from there, but we could include the notch if that's makes a difference. Again, the residential property is, from this view, is to the left of the building, to the site there. As
So I'm
opposed
thinking,
to page up.
sorry to interrupt. So that section, that 140 feet, I'm guessing. So that's going to be very visible from the trail. And 301 from that trail, again, very stark. It's almost like it jumps out at you when you walk by on the trail. And I don't know if that could be, I mean, as long as those front facing ones towards the parking lot and the truck bays are, you know, whatever your fancy blue stripe, and then the remaining be, you know, more the natural color.
So you're even saying here, Anthony, is that what that?
Yeah,
speaks
because
to?
that literally is, that's facing the trail as well.
So you're okay with this side in the front being the white or whatever the
Yep.
pleasure. But then from here and then facing backwards, if we could do that gray,
That would be my preference.
does something like that work?
I think we can find a way to work that side out as well. Yeah, that's where we start feeling like it might get into that little funky element where you're gonna see different sides of the building. Like to sort of look where that trail goes in that area to see that component.
Okay. So we have, what is this? This is a guardrail here?
Yeah, I mean, that's the access around the back that for the fire department, the little round circular things.
So, but there's nothing like, so is your point, like, if you're coming from this way, you'd see both sides of the building?
Yeah, I mean, you're not really coming that way.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
those two sides are basically facing, you know, the trail area, Stirrup Brook, not something that somebody, unless you were standing on a trail, would you wouldn't see it otherwise.
Yeah, and I'm just not sure how visible from the brook it is or the trail along there because it's, you know, sort of heads off in sort of different angles at that point. Yeah, we just don't want it to, you know, Madam Chair, your point at the beginning, we just don't want it to end up looking funny. So we thought we were addressing the primary concern of making the backside sort of blend away.
Well, so in my view, I definitely think whatever faces the residents is most important to me. I do share that concern though, Anthony, when you see that white through the woods, is they really stands out. So I just don't know if that's the case, if you actually would see.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but if you
No, go
look
ahead.
at where 301 is in relation to that, and I can tell you, you can see 301 really well from Stirrup Brook. Definitely where that 140 feet side is going to be very visible from the trail.
Okay, so it sounds like that may be like one component we continue to fine tune. I think I'm not looking for you to have to go back to design review. I don't know if anyone else has that. I see that was added here as well. Did any board member feel otherwise?
No, they're only advisory, so I think we can make the decisions here on the site plan.
Mm-hmm.
But I did have a concern with the other neutral color, because I Googled neutral colors and it says beige, gray, but then it says black and white. So I don't like how any neutral color can be anything. So, I mean, I think it should be Shelby gray or, you
I think
know,
I think we can agree to add language that says it won't be black.
Won't be
or
black.
white.
Or
Well,
white.
on the front.
Or, yeah.
Well, you could say like brown or beige or tan. Shelby gray, beige, tan, if that's what you're planning on. Like
Right.
you don't want red, blue, white, black. Black might even blend better, but if you leave it open to other neutral color, that could be anything.
Yeah, I wouldn't have interpreted black or white as a neutral color, but
Mm.
yeah, if it says so on the internet, it
Right? It
Must be true. Put them together, you'll get gray.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so I think in spirit, we agree on most of what's here. Nobody's looking to do the neutral color as a black or white offshoot. Nobody's looking to go back to design review. We just need to figure out if there's some way to kind of, if there's some sort of view here to the trails, can we do something there? And then keep it white on, this is fine, whatever the case. Does it sound like we're pretty much there overall?
Mm-hmm. Are you gonna change the wording, the other neutral color? Because I know it's easy to say, but when I first was on the planning board, there were so many times where they're like, oh no, we would never do that, but it's not in writing. And then 2 months later, you drive down the road and say, oh my gosh, they said they'd never do that.
So in making this edit, what was neutral in your mind?
Yeah, again, you know, we thought that you know, beige or tan or something might work. Yeah, that was really the other. So you know, it's really a gray or a you know, beige or tan color.
All right, so maybe we just do gray, beige, tan, keep
Yeah.
it. And
I think if you think of like what bark on a tree looks like, it's typically, it's gray. That's why I think gray came up.
Yeah, depending on the season.
Mm-hmm.
okay. The next one, so I'm gonna stop there. Okay, so the next, oh, I'm not sharing anymore. So this, I think you removed methods of construction exceed the authority of zoning. I assume that's true, Attorney Daneski?
Yes, Madam Chair, the zoning act does limit its reach and does preclude building construction methods, essentially reflecting that we have the state building code.
Okay, so it looks like that comes out. Let's see, the next one is fine. Okay, this one was with the sign. So Lori, I don't know if I had asked if Bob had confirmed, is this true that we don't, it's not a part of our site plan review? This freestanding sign permit?
So typically, the review of signs is a standard that most communities look at as part of site plan review. I can double check. I can't really remember. It's actually in our rules and regs, and I don't have that document with me right now. Does somebody else? It's the rules and regs that we just modified in October. I thought we included signs.
I thought we did.
I thought that, yeah, I think we included that signs would be reviewed as part of site plan approval, but I can verify and get back.
Okay, but overall, the applicant's edits are related to what's the part of this one for you removed any major modification, etc. So just logic behind that one.
Where are you?
Q. Well, I don't, on your copy, it might be Q, but on this one, it's R. We're just one off.
Okay.
So the original is R, but the revised with your red lines are Q.
Just so that you understand my intent with this particular condition. So the plan, so the idea would be to review how the sign is going to be lit and essentially the design of the sign, not the content of the sign, but just how it looks. So that's kind of it's your advertisement from the street. So generally, that's one of the artistic pieces that a planning board would comment on. So because you don't know who your tenant is going to be at this point, it's clear to me that it is inappropriate to request this information at this time. And it's unclear when you will have a tenant. So that's why I put it as prior to issuance of an initial freestanding sign permit. So in most circumstances, it would be submitted as part of your site plan review application.
So were you concerned that content would be?
No, not at all on content. So again, we're certainly fully willing to comply with, the town's bylaws and requirements. And what we have gone through in multiple situations is a sign location could be part of a site plan review if it's a freestanding sign. But other than that, usually it falls under the review of your building inspector with a sign permit. And that's what we understood was the situation here. And that's what we were trying to recognize. in terms of where a sign would be located and then in terms of the ultimate materials and lighting would all be compliant with the town's requirements from that point.
So I'm not thinking that this would be like a public hearing. It's just a matter of you submitting it being reviewed and administratively approved. So it wouldn't be any big approval process for you.
And it sounds like whenever any changes to the sign would go through that same process. And that is creating a bit of a new review and approval. Is that not something, like, I don't know the building inspector's process. If he gets a sign application in, does he generally circulate it to the other departments for review and confirmation, or?
So it would be the initial submittal. So generally, if the tenant changes, then the freestanding structure remains the same, and they just change out the, maybe there's a logo, maybe there's the name of the company. So that changes, and that would not require further review. So it's pretty much just the aesthetics. So it's like the size and the lighting and the material and the design. So is it going to be a wooden sign? Is it going to be like a monument sign? Like what type of sign? Is it going to have a stone base, or like
Right.
that is what I'm interested in having reviewed.
Sure, and all of those things, as you said, we don't know. We don't have a tenant or a user, and are those things that are typically have been required? Is that required in the bylaw? That's where we're getting to. I know there are other signs up and down the road for other facilities. Is that the process that they've gone through as well?
It's a rule and regulation. It's not in the zoning bylaw. It's in the rules and regulations.
Okay. So I would assume.
And this is a recent change.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, if I can just address that point, since it's a recent change, and I'd be interested in knowing Attorney Janeski's position on it. But since
I can't hear you. I don't know if it's just me, but I just can't hear her.
Yeah, it's muffled.
It sounds like you said you were wondering if Attorney Janeski thought if it were new, is it something applicable to this? Is that what you're saying?
I apologize. Yes, that was my question, whether or not, because my understanding is that the regulation was amended in December of 2022. So would this project that was filed a couple of years ago be subject to the amended regulation?
Okay, so Attorney Janeski, how do we handle that? If it's a newer rules and reg, we're in a remand hearing, what does that look like?
Madam Chair, the zoning that applies to this remand hearing is that was in place at the time of the original application. I don't know that this particular rule or regulation modification would not be applicable here. My sense is that it probably would be, but I will review that with the planner and we can provide a final determination. This does seem to me, though, as was stated, to be really an administrative process. So I'm not sure there's that much substantive activity, if you will, for the sign permit to be issued.
So, I mean, in my view, it seems like maybe the heart of what you're saying here is that you're afraid that you're gonna have to come back to the planning board for a year to review a sign. Is that kind of what your concern may be?
Yep, that's certainly part of it, and creating a new requirement where one doesn't exist.
Okay, so why don't we look at what Laura's trying to accomplish through this, what you're trying to avoid, and what the true application is, and whether the
Yeah,
rules.
I do think that we would be, fully accept the idea that, you know, and I think we made it maybe in comments or something, which would be in the all caps again, but where we would accept complying with certainly the town bylaws and rules and regulations as they apply to this site. You know, we certainly are amenable to that.
Okay. So
Would you just be willing to submit it to me? And so when
I
it
was
goes
gonna
to
suggest
the
that as
entire
well.
board, it would just go to me.
And we can.
Yeah, I was
we
gonna
can-
suggest that as well, Lori.
And we would submit, can we do it in concert with our process with the, you know, can we submit, when we submit for a building permit, sign permit, that we can provide the planning department, the town planner, or Lori Connors, no matter where she is, a copy of our sign package? So
Yeah,
that
that's
we don't
fine.
elongate the process as well, where we have to go through one review and then another.
That's fine.
I can see the changed version, and I think they added that generally depicted on the reference sketch dated March 17th, provide a copy of the signed permit application to the planning director for review. So I think they already added it into the updated comment.
well, the only thing that was deleted, and I don't know if this is maybe Lori's to consider, is just and subsequent major modifications. So I think that's the piece we were questioning, like if there's a new tenant or there's, like, what is that substantial modification? Or subsequent major modification, and what does that look like if, as that sign changes?
So
So,
not,
so the way it's written, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. The way it's written is that I would just get a copy of the signed permit application that's filed with the building inspector. So there would be no ability to comment. It would just be, I take the application and I put it in the file.
Okay, so we want a little more than that, but the point is just it's going to the planning director. Is that true? Lori, is that your preference? You want to be able to comment?
That would be my preference.
Okay. So is that from the applicant's perspective, something we could somehow work out if it,
yep, and I think any subsequent modification is definitely gonna fall subject to your rules and regulations. So if anybody comes in and wants to take down the sign or double its size or whatever that is sometime in the future, those regulations that you mentioned, I have to admit, I haven't reviewed, you know, what you had from December. Those regulations would apply at that time.
okay.
And I do think our sign bylaw says any major modification is a new sign, so it'd have to go back to Bob.
So that may be, yeah, maybe a moot point anyway.
Okay, the next one looked fine. So this one was removed, and was this from the fire chief? I don't know where this was generated from.
Yes, that came from the fire chief's standard comment letter.
Okay, so the applicant is concerned, you did not agree with this one, and just wondering what your thoughts are there.
Yeah, so it's not that we don't agree, it's that the plan is the approved plan. And it shows the turning radii that meet these requirements. The grade doesn't exceed these numbers. And so if the plan is the approved plan, I presume you guys, nobody is looking for us to go and make the turning radius at the driveway entrance to Bartlett Street any bigger to accommodate, you know, highway design standards, which is what AASHTO typically, you know, concerns itself with. So I appreciate the fire department's comments. But we didn't want to set up a potential conflict that somebody would say, well, that radius needs to be bigger to conform with AASHTO, which AASHTO again is very generic. There's different requirements for different, you know, categories of roads, highways, primary streets, local streets. No, I don't think they concern themselves with driveways or private sites. So
It's my understanding that these are the standards that the fire department needs in order to get their truck down to the driveway. So that, those are the angles that are appropriate for that particular fire truck.
Yep. And that's how the site's been laid out and reviewed, and I am pretty sure David can chime in. We did a truck turning radius diagram and showed that it meets, and I think the thing, it is the same thing. The plan meets this requirement. The requirement is stated, but it sets up, because the AASHTO reference is not specific, it sets up, you know, some potential interpretation differences. If it's probably not an item that if you guys really want to keep that in there, we would love it to say, as, you know, at the end, as you know, as shown on the approved plan or something like that, so that you erase the potential doubt.
I don't feel strongly about this one. Do any board members feel strongly, or Lori for that matter, based on when you speak to the fire chief?
Well, didn't this come from the fire chief? Did I hear that correct?
Yeah.
So I
Yeah,
think,
but do you feel strongly about that edit? Go ahead, Fred. I see you've got something there.
To Scott's point, that those were the comments by the fire chief and the plan was designed in accordance with those comments. I think that what practically will happen is, at the end, they are required to provide an as-built plan. If at that time the fire chief feels as though they weren't met, we would work with them to make sure the as-built plan does actually meet the site plan that was approved. So unless there's some concern that the plan doesn't meet the requirement that the fire chief had, then it should be fine to take that out.
Anthony, does that satisfy what you're about to?
I didn't know why, would we just not go back to the chief beforehand instead of doing it afterwards? Just to say, let him stamp his approval on that?
We can, I'm sorry, Carrie.
go for it,
We can check with the fire chief, but I believe that his very last comment letter was that he had no other comments on the plan, that they had addressed his concerns, but we can go back and verify that, that they did meet with him, they did satisfy.
Oops, Fred,
He did. I did speak to him already, and he did just recently reissue his letter saying that he's satisfied.
Okay.
Then I'm good.
Okay. Okay, so that goes, prior to the issuance, of a certificate of completion, there is nothing to the conservation restriction, nothing for MWRA. So this was a change from commercial vehicles to, delivery vans and trucks. So wondering your thoughts on what the thought is behind that.
Anyone who drives a pickup truck is maybe license plated as a commercial vehicle. Anyone with a, you know, personal van might also have that, depending on what it is. So we wanted to be specific about the requirements here. And as we understand, it's not, you know, there may be confusion on what is a commercial vehicle per those standards. So as we understand it, it's trucks and delivery vehicles that we want to restrict.
Board thoughts on that?
Sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay, Fred. Lori, finish your sentence for you.
Oh, perfect.
I just don't want to miss anything for the future too, like how they talk about it goes into the future. Like commercial vehicles covers everything. I don't know. I don't know. if people would be-
There is also the possibility, like if you have a passenger, I'm sorry, a sedan, and you know, you're a salesman for spring water, then technically you're a commercial vehicle, but you're a car. So there are commercial vehicles that are cars that would be captured by the original language. So I do agree with Scott on that.
So what did we put in our other decisions? Because this has gone in a couple times now. What do we say there? Have we been saying commercial vehicles this whole time?
I think
I
just
think it was trucks.
I think it was trucks and you guys wanted to expand it to capture some of these other vehicles and.
Okay, so does delivery vans and trucks cover the sentiment of what we were trying to get at?
For me, it does.
It appears to.
Here's still, we'll find out in the future.
Okay. Maybe we even say, well, because this, I don't know, there's an and there, so I guess it would mean delivery trucks and, I'm sorry, delivery vans and delivery trucks, just by nature of the and. So I don't know if we want to specify that any further, or we're happy with delivery vans and trucks.
Well, either way you interpret that, that would not just be delivery trucks, it would be all trucks if you took delivery to modify only vans, right? If we're gonna play a little English wordsmithing here. So I think that's more encompassing if it's all trucks and delivery vans, not just delivery trucks.
Okay. Next one looked fine. The next one was an addition of stormwater. That was a good catch. But then the question was this already completed? So Fred, is this already completed?
I think that's actually my error. That's something when after construction, you guys want the inspection report. I think
That's
we've done that at other sites, so I don't think that's completed because the site's not built yet.
The stormwater report is complete, but the inspection report after it's been constructed needs to be submitted before they get their occupancy permit. That's what I was looking for there.
Okay. So the next one looks like yes, so that was deleted. The next two are deleted. So that one says delete will provide description as a part of building permit application in accordance with town bylaws. So does that map with the first one deleted or the second one deleted?
Second.
Second.
Okay, so let's take the second one first and then go back. So is there, the difference then is we'll provide description as part of building permit application in accordance with town bylaws. Okay, so one thing here, Lori, I noticed that I had submitted something different, but it didn't come through here. So I want to go back to what I actually had intended for this. One second.
I think this one came from Amy.
Oh, okay. Okay, so
I'll leave
maybe
it to I'll leave it to Carrie if she thought it came from her.
let's see. So in this case, there was certain language that I didn't see in here at all. So actually I thought it was that one. So really I was just trying to identify a way. So if there is something at the tenant's different than a traditional warehouse use, because that's what all the data was given. So when we got a traffic report, it was very clear. We went back and forth, like this is for a warehouse. It's not high cube, it's not parcel, it's not anything else. We're looking at these stats. So my point for this was to, if there's something different, then we need to be able to reevaluate the project impacts. If for some reason it's high cube or whatever the case. I thought that's what you're trying to get back in that other one. So really it was just related to any change in project impact. I'm going to go back to the other one now. I just wanted everyone to see this part of it. Okay. Oops. Okay, so that's why I thought this was related to that, but it sounds like it may be a different issue. And then it sounds like on top of that, the applicant has an edit to that. So let's untangle. How, is there a way where we can just have, to use Anthony's word before, a mechanism where if once we know I just want to make sure once we get a tenant, it's not something completely different than what we thought with completely different impacts. it, and that could just be even a surprise to you as the applicant. So I'm not saying that's planned, but it could be a surprise to anybody. So what is the mechanism to make sure the project isn't completely different than what we thought it would be?
When we submit for a building permit for the ultimate tenant, because there will be work that needs to be done inside the building specific to a specific user. When you go through that process, the building inspector has to make a determination that the use complies with the permits, that we're in compliance. So that's why, we deleted it and said there'll be a description of the use and the activity as part of the building permit application, because that's required. And again, when that comes in, I'm not 100% sure of the mechanism, but I believe Lori and Fred, you guys would be, when the building inspector receives it's probably not for every internal build out, but I would assume that you guys would be aware of that.
Is that the case, Laurie, for you?
Maybe I missed something. We would be aware of what? Like the floor plan when the building permit is issued? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah,
'Cause we don't receive that, no.
Okay, so we would be amenable to a condition that, for that building permit application for the use of the interior, that would also be provided to the planning director, so that she is made aware and can make the determination of whether or not it's in compliance with the permits. Namely this one, and to confirm that, the use as described is in compliance with the expected use.
Okay, and then Lori, what happens if it's not?
Well, since I don't have your floor plan to begin with, then how would I be able to determine that you're not in compliance? I think what this is saying is that, so the operational characteristics would have to do with, isn't this mostly geared towards the traffic impacts?
Yeah, so for me, I don't know if you're asking me, but so I'm thinking when we did all the traffic analysis, it was very specific. This is a warehouse. All the analysis was done on it being a warehouse. Like it had a specific code. So I don't want to then find out it's a totally different code and our traffic is actually this, not what we thought it would be. So the impact is that much greater because it's not that whatever the code was in the transportation guidebook there. It's something completely different. So that's what I'm just trying to avoid.
Yeah, it was evaluated as a warehouse.
Yes.
Yep.
So if it's anything but that, it changes the entire equation. Oh, Amy, go ahead.
When reviewing the Holliston warehouse, they actually had a condition where they included the ITE code number. So they said the average daily trips are X amount under IET code 150, and the average daily truck trips are X. These average daily trips will be the maximum average daily trips, and funds will be provided to the town for enforcement of these trip numbers. But they had a condition where they actually listed the code and listed the trip numbers. And that might be helpful in our conditions, because if we start talking about it, everybody's going to say, okay, pull out the VHB traffic report. What date was that? It might be easier to have it in there. And I don't know if that helps with what you're talking about.
Nellie, did you have something there? Is that your hand up?
Yeah, well, I guess that I felt that the item under W sort of addressed that with the post occupancy traffic report, which if it isn't the use that we had intended, but it has a much different transportation element to it, that's when we would be looking at that and be able to hopefully manage that.
Mm-hmm.
Madam Chair, if I may, if the application for the building permit or an occupancy permit comes in and is shared with the planning director or others. You had asked what happens if what's represented in the application doesn't jibe with what was approved. And the sort of more direct answer would be that the permit would be denied or should be denied because the use is not approved. So I think the issue here is confirming that occupancy and or build out for a certain user is consistent with the scope of the approval, and providing that the application documents are distributed to the appropriate personnel, the town would have that oversight opportunity.
Laura, you have something?
Yeah, so the way it works is we get notified by the building inspector when somebody's ready for an occupancy permit. And that's our cue to go to the site and do an inspection. And of course, there's a number of items here that Fred will be overseeing. So we go out and we count parking spaces and we look at trees and make sure that there's the proper number and that the lighting is as it was supposed to be and that the building is as it's supposed to be. So it's very much an exercise in ensuring that the conditions have been fulfilled, that the conditions, the physical conditions of the property comply with the approved plan. And of course, we look at the as-built plan for that. So for our purposes, what happens inside the building is irrelevant because it's not our jurisdiction, it's the building inspector's jurisdiction for the interior of the building. So we're just looking at the exterior. So we're looking at the facade of the building. But other than that, we're looking at, driveway construction, berm, curb, walkways, ADA compliance, lighting, and the like. So, if the building's there, it doesn't matter so much whether it's generating X number of vehicle trips or Y number of vehicle trips. Like, that's not part of the approval process from our end of things. It's not typical.
Well, then I guess that would be to Millie's point that maybe that is where it comes in this post-occupancy transportation monitoring. So.
Yeah, I suppose.
So we can delete this one and just go forward with number.
Well, so does it
letter.
sound like this is already happening? Is that what you're saying, Lori? This is pretty much already happening?
Yeah, I mean, if the intent of this condition is to get at the traffic impacts, then I think W does a better job of doing that.
Okay, so actually then, I thought this was mine, Amy. This is actually your condition. What was your intent?
I think it came from another decision from another warehouse, because these warehouses are being built on spec. So I think they all had that condition in it. So I figured, well, maybe we should too, find out but
Okay, and the applicant is saying they'll provide a description as part of a building permit application in accordance with town bylaws. So is it according to town bylaws, is this actually the way it would work or not?
yeah, I think so. But I think in the other towns, the planning board wanted to know what the use was when it went in.
So right now it's just the planning department, building inspector. So we would get to hear the use as well, I guess. Is that what you're just trying to do? Close the loop?
Yeah, I guess so. That's what other towns did for the spec buildings. I don't know.
I mean,
I think
overall,
in
it's
fact-
insignificant. From the applicant standpoint, is there a reason why it does seem significant to you?
Sorry, I was trying to look up a couple of the other conditions. Could you repeat that? Sorry.
Sure, that's okay. This would seem like it's insignificant, but for some reason you deleted it, so that would imply this seemed significant to you. So is there a reason
Right.
this seems significant?
Right, so we think it is part of the process when you go to the building department that they that you have to submit your floor plans, which are very descriptive of what the use is going to be inside, because you can tell, you know, whether it's storing materials or not. And then as part of the building permit application, there's got to be a description of what the proposed use is. You know, it should say warehouse. Now, we can include, and maybe a bullet can be put up above under prior to the issuance of a building permit, which is where you're looking for that requirement. I think it was up, was it J or K or something, K. You have a couple items down there that a copy of the building permit application, including a description of the proposed use, will be provided to the planning director, which I think says what you're saying down below and gives Lori a chance to weigh in and comment to the building inspector.
Sounds like it makes sense to me.
That sounds like it makes sense. Lori, does that work for you?
That's fine.
Okay, great. Okay, so I think we got to get back to this one, which is going to be a tougher one, I think. So this was just fully deleted, but nothing specific. So obviously this is something that's been a source of disagreement for the most part. So you just don't want to test, period, nothing to do with this whatsoever.
So we are, you know, up above under, I forget whether it was, I now forget whether it's D or E, where we have a number of conditions, which include our submitting an analysis by an expert, you know, indicating that there's no impact on groundwater of our development, that we think that satisfies the condition. And if in order to obtain that, you know, expert evaluation, they require additional testing or not, or it's leaving it in the hands of the expert, which would be an LSP.
Okay, so which one? Let's look at what you're referring to then. I think I missed.
And that's your condition. We didn't change that. And we think that covers the issue. It's way up towards the beginning. There it is, with the comment on it. Submit an analysis by a technically qualified expert certifying that the quality and supply of the underlying groundwater resources will not be degraded to the point whereby a hazard to public health or ecological damage results.
So this one is typically, in my view, just geared towards the groundwater special permit, just to be sure that it was certified. Not like an additional, it's whatever you've already submitted. We just need the stamp of a qualified engineer, right? Fred, is that what that is, that piece of it? Or am I misunderstanding?
No, that's a requirement for the application for a special permit in groundwater, is that a analysis by a technically qualified expert should accompany the application.
Okay, so that's just, you got a stamp on your, whatever you've submitted has an engineer stamp on it. So that's not actually meeting, I think, the point of the other thing, unless you're suggesting a secondary analysis by an LSP, which.
Well, that says a technically qualified expert, the quality and supply of underlying groundwater resources will not be degraded. I think that's one and the same is what I was interpreting.
I mean, we could add language there to specify that the qualified expert would be an LSP, if that helps.
Would they actually know about the CVOCs and know that that's?
They
what
would
we're
have to. And
They would have
an
to.
LSP is required by the state to, and you guys probably already know this, is required by the state to operate, you know, pursuant to the requirements. Yes, they would need to do an adequate investigation to evaluate and make the determination. So they can't just say, oh yeah, I looked at your plan and I'm good. And, you know,
Right,
We
but if
actually
they,
had,
they'd lose their license.
But if they said, would you submit to a test and you said no, they couldn't,
They wouldn't be able to write or provide the opinion.
right, which is kind of what's happened on a couple other properties, not yours, but other.
Oh, okay, I'm
Yeah,
like, not to
sorry.
my knowledge.
No, not to yours, but to other
Yeah.
properties. They,
Yeah.
We had an LSP condition for 200 Bartlett. I don't know what it is now off the top of my head, but maybe that would fit.
Fred, it looks like you're looking at this one. What do you-
Well, first, Amy's comment about 200 Bartlett Street had to do with the fact that there was prior contamination that was being cleaned up at that site, and they had agreed to submit a report from an LSP to confirm that the files were complete and the site had been cleaned to the appropriate standard for the DEP. It's a different case than this. There's not a known contamination on this site that I'm aware of. This condition, the one that says submit an analysis by a technically qualified expert, is a standard condition as a standard requirement for a project in the groundwater overlay district. And it's usually stamped by the person who's done the drainage analysis. They're considered a qualified expert because they're providing their expertise that anything that was on site in the building is properly contained and not able to get into the groundwater as part of the drainage system. The other condition about the CVOCs is different than this requirement for a technically qualified expert.
right.
Madam Chair, if I may, with the applicant's representation that that analysis would be prepared by an LSP, in my view, that does require more than just a stamp or a shorthanded one or two sentences, but an actual analysis taking into account the appropriate information.
Okay, so it's not something that's already transpired. This is an evaluation.
I am not reading it that way, and I'm not taking the applicant to represent it that way. And if I'm not taking it correctly, I'd ask the applicant to correct me.
Okay, so what is the applicant saying here is a way to resolve this?
So, given the differences in our understanding of the prior condition versus what we're talking about doing, we would be willing to provide to the town, an LSP opinion about the acceptability of the development program as proposed, and that it would not result in any, what's the terminology?
Degradation.
Degradation, or a hazard to public health or ecological damage or anything like that as a result in considering, the environmental status of the site. I'm not wording it right. I would definitely have to rely on, the town council or certainly Kelly on our end. I'm sure it could help provide something that we can provide that opinion. And in order to get that opinion, we will do, the evaluation and research necessary. If it requires above and beyond what we've already completed, that's what we'll have to do. If what we have documented satisfies that requirement, then they'll be able to make the determination, and they will have to stamp it. And again, their license is on the line on that.
Okay, does that make sense to board members?
Yes, Carrie, I have one question.
Sure.
So what's the difference between what you're talking about having done and what Sanborn Head already did?
So Sanborn Head did a phase 1 environmental assessment, which is a usually, as you mentioned, I think previously, a transactional protocol to investigate the conditions on and around the site. Based on that information, they would make a determination and provide a letter that provides their evaluation in consideration of the specific development program we have proposed and whether or not there'll be further degradation of environmental conditions or exposures on the site. They'll make that evaluation. And if they believe it requires additional testing, then we'll be required to do additional testing. The whole, MCP, Massachusetts Contingency Plan, and again, I know, certainly Kelly knows this better than I can explain it. The whole MCP is regulated and run through DEP and LSPs that are the licensed site professionals to oversee the appropriate process and execution of those cleanups. They're obligated, if things are found, they need to report it. There's a process, there's all the technical language that goes with it. This probably isn't new to most of you either. So they will determine what needs to be done, if anything further, based on their standard review process and the requirements of the MCP.
Okay, I know, Jack, I see your hands up. I know you sent in an email to the board recently. I'm gonna allow you to talk here, so let's see. Hi, Jack. Oops, can you hear us?
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, we can. Thank you.
Hi, John Wickstead, 2 Sturbrook Lane. The issue here is not to be, overlooked. You're going to be digging up an enormous pile of dirt. And these CVOCs, get released into the atmosphere. We know this based on, CVOCs, including TCE, being found in the air of adjacent buildings. This is a hazard to potential people working on the lot. This is a giant warehouse, and all of those people in the 150 car parking lot who are working here are potentially exposed to these CVOCs and TCE if they're present in the ground and the building gets built there. And the whole neighborhood is going to be exposed to these things if we're digging up 14 acres of dirty dirt. So I think it's important that the presence or absence of the CVOCs, in particular TCE, be investigated prior to these guys digging up, acres and acres and acres of dirt on this lot. This is adjacent to Stirrup Brook. This is adjacent to residential neighborhoods. This is an area that's had multiple spills, including spills at, 200 Bartlett Street, right across the street from this. And this area is down gradient of those spills. And I think the company has an obligation to do some testing for these CVOCs, particularly in light of what we're learning about, TCE in particular. I mean, this isn't just, some random chemical. The data suggests that there's a 500-fold increase in the rate of Parkinson's disease with exposure to this stuff. So, I recognize that the extent of the plume should have been delineated by the people who spilled it, but they haven't done it. And the people who own the lot have an obligation to test for these chemicals prior to exposing future occupants of the building and current residents of the neighborhood to these CVOCs. And I appreciate the planning board taking this as seriously as they are. Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Oops, did I stop sharing? I'm sorry. Okay, so in what we're talking about with the LSP, would they automatically test for CVOCs, or how do we know that that's actually what they test for? I think, Scott, you made a comment that if they're testing it, they're obviously going to look for that because it's part, they get the report, they look at it, they're going to see that. So
Right. So I appreciate the comments of Mr. Wickstead, and I share the concern that we need to be take appropriate safe measures, and we will follow the Massachusetts Contingency Plan, the MCP, and its requirements. And those are dictated by the LSP. Did the LSP perform, Sanborn Head perform the initial evaluation? And it noted, as you mentioned, the spill situations out on, I believe, most significant at Hayes Memorial Drive in Marlboro, and the concerns. This area of the site, frankly, is not down gradient of that property. There are portions of this land that are in the wetlands that are closer to it, further away from where we're building, but that's an evaluation, and what we're committing to is follow the state MCP and the LSP recommendations. And I don't know that that would require any additional testing or a ton of additional testing.
So what you're
We
saying,
will
right, so
follow
like-
the requirements and be safe. We have developed multiple contaminated sites by prior owners. Fortunately, we have not been involved with any contamination of our own responsibility, and we have been involved in multiple cleanups, and we will follow the appropriate safe requirements as dictated by the MCP.
Okay, board members, thoughts on that?
I don't know enough about the MCP, but is it something like the Board of Health and Town Council can agree, give us advice if this is the proper way to go? I mean, it sounds better than it did last time that there will be an LSP involved. I didn't know there was gonna be before.
Yeah, I liked how you stated it before, Scott. I only wrote down little bits and pieces of it, but you kind of laid it out in a way that if the LSP does the analysis, it may require nothing, but it may require additional research. And if that's the case, that's the course it'll take. So I guess it kind of is depending on what comes back, but there will be an LSP involved to evaluate it, I guess is the.
Yeah, and I think the component in here that we're willing to commit to, and we thought the language above already referenced, was that we will provide an opinion from an LSP indicating that the activities are will not degrade or degrade the groundwater or soil, or present I don't know the correct terms, a dangerous situation, or whatever the right language is, because I'm not using it, and they know all the language. And if that means we have to test further, and we would have to somehow do some sort of mitigation activities, then that's what we would have to do.
Would the LSP know if it needs to trigger the phase 2 study? Like a phase 1 study has been done. A lot of times it's a phase 2 study is triggered.
So to be clear, the group Sanborn Head carried out and completed the phase 1, and they are that is an LSP organization. I think both the parties who signed it are probably LSPs, and they follow a very specific protocol. And if we go and ask them to, well, can you give us a letter that says we're not going to do anything to harm or degrade or endanger, people, then they're going to tell us what they need to do to make that determination.
You said that you guys won't do anything to harm or degrade, which I'm sure you won't. But, well, I'm not sure, but I know you'll try not to. But what about what's already there? Like that would be harmful.
Well, that's part of it, because as part of it, they know we're gonna, move dirt around, and that's part of the activities they need to evaluate.
We ask that a separate LSP other than Sanborn Head do the evaluation, just so we get a third party.
I don't know, does that matter or not matter, or?
Really shouldn't
Because
matter.
Sanborn Head found something, right? And, you know, but they said you don't need to go any further. I'd like to get a second opinion.
Do you
I
work
don't
with
know that
others
they
or
said-
something?
Yeah, I don't know that they said you don't need to go any further. It's just that the laws didn't require you to go further. There's a difference between a recommendation and a requirement. And there were some known wrecks found on the property. It just didn't
Yeah,
follow.
and just to be clear, there were historical activities that were referenced, and there was one recognized environmental concern as a wreck. And that one wreck was offsite to the east, not on our property. They recognized that was a spill off property and said, this is something you should be aware of. So that initial phase 1 evaluation is just that. It identifies everything that you, they, us, we should be aware of. And, you know, certainly Mr. Wickstead is saying, here's something to be aware of and be concerned about. And we need to put the two together. Here are the concerns that were raised in the phase 1. Here's our plan of what we want to do. Do the two together create any issues of concern?
Okay, what about based on what we've talked about, we try to put some language together there to see what that looks like. And then I want to query everybody at this point. We still have quite a bit to go through. Do we want to forge through or come back and look again? How's everybody operating?
It does look like there's a few more changes, yeah.
How's the applicant feeling? Do you want to forge through? Do you need to?
We are definitely interested in trying to get to a conclusion as quickly as we can. So at the indulgence of the board, we're ready to keep going.
Board members, how you doing?
It's fine tonight, but it's, you know, going to work tomorrow.
Tomorrow morning.
Lori, how are you doing?
Tired, but at your pleasure, whatever you folks want to do.
I say we go to 11:15.
All right, we'll go to 11:15, and then we just need, well, we had to make sure too, we account for public comments.
So to move beyond this one, as we mentioned, you know, we can submit a proposed language on this, and Lori and you and Attorney Dineski can look at that and put it in front of the board.
Okay. All right, so let's move past that then. It sounds like we're getting closer anyway on a good solution there. We've figured out the next one already. The as-built plan has, let's see, the changes were pretty minor. I guess, Fred, I would defer to you a little bit here on these changes that were made. This is the original, by the way, you're looking at. So the changes were, let's see, the professional engineer shall provide a letter certifying that the drainage system was built substantially in accordance with the approved plans. So the sentence that changed, let's see, is this one. Right? Nope, did I get that right? Yes, that's the sentence I believe that changed. Do you have the red line version?
Are you asking Fred?
Oh, yes, I am. Sorry, Fred.
I'm sorry. I'm actually having a hard time following along because I don't see that on the plan that on the copy I have that's dated applicant's comments from 3/16. I don't see it.
Okay, so hold on, I'm gonna stop sharing for a second and go over to the red lines.
On
And
the on our comment document, I think it's item U and it's the last bullet. Is that correct? That's where we are?
Yes, it's above,
it's
bullet
right above
U.
that. Hold on, I have it here. Okay. Okay, so right here, Fred, is the change.
Okay, so. Shall provide a plan.
For
So it's a.
item T.
It's fine. It's, my goal in the requirement of the as-built is that the engineer goes back, reruns the stormwater analysis to see that the basin that was built actually operates in accordance with his design. However you want to word it. He needs to certify that the survey shows the volume in the basin and that the outlets of the basin are appropriate as designed. It may be built exactly. What happens is the basin ends up being somewhat more curved, and so they need to calculate the volume in the basin at the different elevations of the outlet pipes. And I just need him to certify that he's done that and that the volume is that storage that was required is actually what was built. So it's the language that you have doesn't really affect what he needs to do in order to get me to sign off on the as-built plan. However you want to word it is fine, as long as David knows, and if it's not David, whoever knows that they're basically running the entire analysis again through the as-built detention basin to be able to say that no more water was leaving the site than was originally proposed to, and that the basin is built substantially in accordance with that plan or design, however you want to word it. That seem clear enough or not
So does
clear enough?
that current edit, does that satisfy what your concern was? So
It
this,
does. In the end, I will get the analysis and I will tell him if I approve it or I don't approve it. And then we'll go back and forth at that point, regardless of whether it says approved plans or approved drainage system. It's going to be, he's going to need to do what I am looking for in order to get me to sign off.
okay, so I see, you removed a drainage system and put it in approved plans. Any reason behind that, or you just wanted to?
We were just trying to clarify the language, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
and I think the key point that per Fred's comment is and will perform as designed at the end there. And that's what you're saying, Fred, and we've gone through it on other projects. David's familiar with it. He knows what he needs to do.
Yep.
And we know that if the basin, the practical effort of construction, there will be some minor variation between the lines drawn on the piece of paper and what ends up out in the field in terms of grading. And we survey that and David will run the analysis and provide it.
Things happen, you hit ledge in one corner and the basin has a different shape and therefore the volume's not exactly as originally designed unless you survey it and run the water, run the hydraulic models to determine that the amount of water leaving the site is what you had planned it to be. So I fully expect that there won't be a problem with it, and it's something that I will look at and determine when they submit the as-built plan if it's adequate or not, and if not, then we have in the past had people rerun the models or make some modifications in order to get there. So I'm comfortable with the language being modified. It doesn't eliminate what I intend to look at and review.
Okay, board members, any concerns? No, okay. It looks like nothing changed for the next one. So
I have
this is
a
the,
question.
oh, sure.
Did we miss the EV charging one? It was above it. They changed it to install necessary
No,
conduit.
no, that's the next one.
Oh,
Right?
I have it above.
Oh, sorry. Oh, no, because they added it. So this is just to be clear. So they deleted it here and then added it in the red line version. So now in the red line version, instead it says install necessary conduit to make at least 3 parking spaces ready for the installation of electric vehicle charging stations.
Yep.
Okay, does that work for everyone?
Yeah, so we had had a discussion on whether it's just a conduit or actually installing the charging stations, or can you install the conduit and the electricity while you're running electricity?
You won't be able to install the electric lines because you can't have them just sitting there unconnected. So you pull the wire when you have the actual chargers put in place.
I have it pulled from my house to my pool and it's capped off just in case you ever wanted to add something.
Hmm.
So I was wondering if the charging station could do that. They pulled the wires and then it's in a little thing that's capped off.
We probably wouldn't want to leave the wires just capped off, but the conduit and the station, I mean, pulling the wire is not the biggest, component of it. And frankly, it's not, it's more of a practical leaving a wire there because frankly, depending on the use of it, somebody might come in and say, well, we want to pull a different size wire or whatever, who knows? So we typically wouldn't. But having the conduit there is usually the bigger challenge because you need to have the route.
Mm-hmm. Okay, does that work for everybody as written?
Yeah.
Conduit?
Works for
Yeah,
me.
having the conduit makes he's right, that is the harder part of that. And actually it leaves it sort of future-proof because if they come out with chargers that are higher voltage than what they have now, we can pull that higher voltage cable at that time.
Okay. The next one looks like a couple of edits here. The only thing, so all right, so there's a couple, one is changing the percentage. The next is just making sure that's not any offsite mitigation. Did anyone see anything substantial here besides, so the percentage was one I wanted to focus on from my perspective. I don't know if other board members have anything else.
Well, there was that one part I brought up where you actually list the numbers, like IATF code 150. These are the average daily trips that we were given. And should they go above these numbers? So I guess what they were doing in Holliston, it wasn't even 10 or 25%. It was if you go over the numbers that were given in the traffic study.
Okay,
then
so
they-
there's one option, which is exact numbers, so there's that. Then there's a lower percentage. So the reason I personally gravitate to 10 is because that's what a lot of other communities in the same situation had put it closer to 10. The applicant had here 25. So I guess we got to think, like, there's a couple different ways we can go on this one. Any thoughts from board members on this?
Well, I do think that 25 is on the high side to trigger something.
Mhm.
But I also think that 10% is a little bit on the low side.
Yeah, I tend to.
I agree with
agree with
Millie.
that.
Yeah, I think going somewhere in the middle in between those two.
Anthony, you were going to say something there?
No, I was just gonna say, I agree with that.
Okay, so it sounds like we're not looking to make it exact to the transportation numbers. Although it's not a bad idea, Amy. But I do wonder if by way of tying it to the original traffic plan, if that actually accomplishes that.
It does. I think it would just, someone would have to go back and look up all the numbers.
Oh, right, yeah. We could still put the numbers, but then just also have a percent. So rather than have a maximum of the, whatever it is.
Yeah, you can state the numbers in there, but at the same time, say if it's above, if it goes, I don't know, 20% higher, then we need to have a re-evaluation of the use or this traffic study.
According to the VHB memo of 8/17/2020, they stated the warehouse would be an ITE 150. with 43 morning peak trips and 46 evening peak trips with a total of 284 daily trips. So I actually found them, but someone can double check.
Okay, so from the board's perspective, it's actually putting in that data, just to be clear on what data we're referencing, and then negotiating the percentage. From the applicant perspective, what is your goal for the, what would be your goal?
Well, it's one and the same. If you guys want to list the numbers in here, I think you're just bogging down the decision with a lot of information that is available, presumably. And it's, well, that's fine. You want to put in the numbers, it's the same thing. We're referencing the same thing through the memo versus putting the numbers in. It really doesn't change the perspective of, from our point of view.
Okay, percentage wise, you're 25, we're at 10, the board's feeling like one's too high, one's too low, what feels?
So I think that the 25%, I think is more in our opinion and in full transparent honesty. I am a traffic transportation engineer. So I used to come before this board as a traffic engineer in years prior. So the numbers that you get will vary on a day-to-day basis easily beyond 10%. The number of people who are going in and out of the school, going in, you know, you're going to work, you know, one day, but the next day you got a doctor's appointment. Things change and vary day to day. So, you know, 10% I agree is too low. Plus, we used to do, and we would very often round the numbers. So you referenced, I didn't get all the numbers, I don't know, 43 and 46. We would almost always round the numbers up to the nearest 5, you know, call 43, 45, simply because when we did traffic studies and evaluations, we would rather in the evaluation err on the conservative side, make sure you do the analysis with a higher number than what you usually expect. It doesn't appear that they did it on this particular effort, but you know, we think 25% is the right number because you're going to have easily a 10 to 20% swing day to day in just traffic, normal traffic variations. And even more so now in this day and age with post-COVID, and do people work Mondays and Fridays and all sorts of stuff like that. So you're going to have a lot of variation anyway. So we do think 25 is the right number because of that normal variation. And what you're really looking for is if something is a problem. And that's why we think the 25% makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Lori, do you have any experience with this in other towns or?
I did actually get quite a significant amount of this condition from the town of Sutton, and they used 25%. So that was for a 1 million square foot warehouse. So I do agree with Scott that there are huge fluctuations in traffic on a day-to-day basis, just from, you know, just seeing the occupancy even in the town hall parking lot. So.
On the flip side, I always had a problem with the original analysis. I think we only actually got one day. It was like October 19th, something random within our first review of this. Like, so I think the board always had an issue at the time with the traffic analysis. So I hate to like double up, but like double the consequence, because if the original we had problems with, and then we give like a healthy leeway of 25% beyond that to account for fluctuations, but I don't feel like the fluctuations were really accounted for the first one, what the report's based on. It makes me a little nervous to give like double.
So just to clarify, and again, not to geek out too much on you here, the fluctuation or the change from day to day that you're talking about, they didn't do all sorts of different days of analysis. I'm sure usually in order to get 1 day of analysis, they actually had to count a little bit more. It might have been almost 2 days by the time they start and end, but that's besides the point. That variation is not in the projected numbers, the 43, 46, 200. Those are the prescribed numbers again by ITE. So those are not variable. And it is a little bit of a catch-22 in the traffic world. If they happen to have counted a lower day and got traffic conditions that maybe weren't as high as another day might be, then the relative impact of the proposed project is higher because you're starting from a lower condition. So you actually, you think, oh, maybe they counted a particularly good day or something or low day, then the relative impact of the project would be a larger percentage of that number. Whereas if they counted a higher day, the relative impact is somewhat diminished. And usually your day, as long as, and I'm sure they did this, as long as they're counting a midweek day, it's probably representative, because when you get to a larger perspective, like the amount of traffic on a road, as opposed to one particular property or site, some of those variations start to change because this group is not as high and that group is higher, so it starts to balance out and you see the patterns come through on an overall roadway like a Bartlett Street.
So, okay, I hear what you're saying there. Lori, CMRPC, when they did our post audit, did they have a certain percent? I'm wondering if our RPA actually had a recommendation for us. I know you don't have that hand, but
I believe I have that report, so let me see if I can find it.
I don't know, any other board thoughts there?
I think just going back to the original problems we had with the interpretation of the traffic study was that they used really two different data points from ITE edition number 9, and they also used edition number 10, depending on what I think the numbers would be reflective of, maybe something more or less impactful. I'm not quite sure, but also that it was really only under the warehouse use, and really this doesn't seem to be as designed as just such.
Okay, so I think we have to think through this one a little bit more. I just want to see if we can get a little further, coming back to that.
I don't see where they're really talking about percent variances.
They are or not?
They are not in this report.
Okay. So the next one, we can come back to that. I don't want to get stuck on it. I want to see if we can get as far as we can. This was deleted as a duplicate, the next one, but it actually was not a duplicate. So the previous one, I think that was perceived to be a duplicate, was about the sign, but this is actually prohibiting the traffic from turning right onto Bartlett Street. Maybe this part could somewhat be duplicative. Although not really, it's more about education versus signage. So thoughts on this one? Did you just mistake it as a duplicate?
I'm not sure. So what else are you asking for?
So this is an actual, well, we could change it to match the same language, whether it's delivery vans and trucks are prohibited from turning right. So previously, I think it was more about the signage there, but this is that they're prohibited from turning right.
So, okay.
when I actually read the traffic report again last night, one of the comments was prohibiting them from turning right would actually help the intersection of Lyman and Bartlett too.
Oh, that's the CMRPC.
No, it was actually the
No.
VHB.
Oh,
Right, you'd have fewer vehicles going in that direction.
Right. But this to me is important.
I'm just wondering if we could add something to the, I understand we're talking about prohibiting, and I'm just trying to understand, in order to prohibit, we will, install signage and can, direct users and inform all users and drivers of the requirement. I'm trying to see what else you're looking for, or asking. If somebody does something they're not supposed to do, which can happen, I'm sure, there are signs out there, and you guys probably still hear about trucks that go the wrong way, right? And
so
we
the
want-
reason for us getting so like one level beyond that is because we actually had a problem. So other warehouses in the area do have this, but for the ones that don't, we constantly, where they just do a sign and instruction, we have a problem of being able to even enforce that. We have nothing to go back to the decision and say, your decision says you can't do that. So there's nothing really for our zoning enforcement officer to use. So this is just a way for him, or if it's a woman, to point to as a condition of the plan. That's why we go a level down on this one.
All right, I understand your intent there. Let us think about that component, and maybe we can keep going.
Yeah, so just for me, this is a non-negotiable one. Like that's prohibiting the turn on right on Bartlett Street is one of my top, like, we're not willing to budge. So just so you, when you're thinking about it, I don't know if that's the perspective of anyone else on the board, but that's a big one of mine.
I agree with that.
Mine as well.
All right, so that's a biggie. Okay, we're almost nearing the end here. I thought the next one, trucks, the addition here was not associated with the property. Did anyone have an issue with that one?
No.
Okay, that's fine.
Next one, AA, is included in the top, what I already talked about.
Okay, so
It's
does this
already-
come out entirely?
That can come out entirely. It was already covered.
Okay,
I mean, leave the maximum amount feasible part of it that they didn't cross out. But the part that's crossed out can come out.
oh, got it. Okay, yep. So all of this comes out.
Yep.
Yep, and that's reflected in the revised. Okay, why don't we, I do need to be able to take public comments, so why don't we, if there are any public comments at this time from anyone, hold on, I'm gonna stop sharing. Jack, I don't know if you have another public comment, or you're just gonna put your hand down, so I'm gonna let you talk. Hi, Jack, did you have another?
Thanks. Can you hear me? Yeah, I just have a couple quick comments. I won't keep everybody out late past 11:15. John Wickstead, 2 Stirrup Lane. I wanted to just ask a question, first of all. I think the property's on sewer, right? So presumably the sewer line's going to extend, as we've all talked about, very close to the residential neighborhood here. Is that sewer line large enough to be used by, the town going forward if it expands sewer up Bartlett Street?
That's a good question. Fred, do you know that?
I mean, if we're going to go to the trouble of digging up the road to put a sewer line in all the way down there, like, it wouldn't be a stretch to just push it a little further. And I'm just, it should be sized appropriately for that.
The applicant is proposing a force main with a pump station on their site and lifting it up to the manhole up the street where it goes gravity. So there's no way to extend it to the north or towards the residential neighborhood without another pump station lifting it up and into there. So it's not really, it's not as if they're extending a gravity line that could easily be extended. So I don't see that being an option.
Okay, yeah, I don't know anything about sewers, so thank you. I'll keep my comments brief. You've heard most of them. I think the language on the things that you've gone over is going to be particularly critical. The idea of the berm and the fence, lots of discussion around that. And I think there should just be, relatively simple, straightforward. The combination of the berm and the fence should not be less than, 15 feet high or 14 feet high or whatever it is that you determine. Noise is a point phenomenon. And if you stand on one side of your lawn, you can look over your 6-foot fence and into your neighbor's, second floor. And we have that same problem here. The houses are all well above this parking lot. And if the fence is not sufficiently high, it will have no impact on the noise. And it's really the noise issue that's the problem here. Cars that park right against the fence aren't going to put their headlights into the houses, right? They're parking right against the fence. But plows on the other side of the parking lot are going to make a hell of a lot of noise, and it's going to go right over your little 6-foot stockade fence. So I would ask that you continue to be respectful of the neighbors and consider a combination of berm and fence not to be less than, a sufficiently high height that will actually have some effect. I think my second comment here on building color, I think what you guys want are earth tones. I'm not much on colors myself, but that may be what you were looking for. The idea that you won't see this building from Stirrup Brook Trail is ludicrous. If you walk on the Burroughs Loop Trail now, the Burroughs Loop Trail goes 30 miles around the whole Burroughs, right? And Stirrup Brook is part of the Burroughs Loop Trail. And if you walk on that by the high school, you can see the other Gutierrez building, across the swamp. And, it's probably a quarter of a mile away. And the thing sticks out like a sore thumb. So, I think getting the colors right on that are particularly important. I would say, as my last comment, the traffic that you were just recently discussing, a post-occupancy study is not the time to find out that they've decided to use this as a last mile warehouse, right? So the language in there to make sure that the planner can review the use of the building prior to issuing an occupancy permit is particularly germane. The enforcement that we have here is a $20,000 bill, and that's basically, a $20,000 get out of jail free card. All it says is they will provide mitigation. But if they've, decided to use the warehouse for something other than what they've originally decided, a $20,000 bill isn't going to stop them. So I would be very careful about the language on both of those points, issuing the occupancy permit as well as enforcement on the post-occupancy traffic study. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay, any other comments? Okay, I don't see any other public comments at this time. For emails that have come in at this time, I think, Lori, did we have anything else come in? I saw John Wickstead sent a lengthy email about TCE and groundwater, just some of what he talked about tonight about the dangers of TCE and just making sure there's further testing there. I don't see any other emails that we've received since the last hearing. Do you have anything, Lori, on your side?
No, that's the only abutter email I received.
Oh, wait a minute. Sorry. I have, oh, I guess maybe for next time. We have a couple, we have Manny Lope sent something in about noise and traffic. I'm sure the board has, I'm just seeing it now because I'm checking email for the purpose of public comments, but I think the board probably hasn't had a chance to read the last couple that came in tonight. So we'll look at those for next time. And then we don't have too much more to go through. I think we made some good progress overall. I think at this point we're going to have to continue. We'll be fading soon and we still have to close up our meeting. So why don't we continue to the 4th?
Gary, I am not going to be able to be there at the 4th, so I don't know if that changes anything or if I need to be there. I think I do, maybe.
Yes, you do to vote. we have other options that week, Lori?
That entire week, I gotta